El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@upcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
January 24th, 2019. Commissioners Court is meeting in special open session. Item number 2, receive a presentation on first quarter projections for revenues, expenditures, and fund balance for fiscal year 2019 through fiscal year 2024.
Jessica, I don't know if this is the place, but I'd like to move after item number 3, go to item number 8. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Warren Hargrove, in the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. So the presentation I'm about to show you is rather short, succinct and to the point. And last year during our budget hearings, one of the items that we focused on was looking at where we believe we're going to finish the fiscal year, but also looking 5 years out. So the presentation I'm going to show you right now shows 5 years of historical revenue, expenditure, and fund balances at the big picture level for our general fund, since that's our main day-to-day operating account. It'll show you a projection of where the year is going to finish for FY18. The year is actually going to close tomorrow afternoon. And then I'll lead you into a projection for where we think we're going to finish FY19 up through fiscal year 2024. Show you a few items that are driving some of those trends and things we need to take into consideration as we enter the 2020 budget hearings, which will be here before you know it. So, as I'm going through the presentation, if you have any questions whatsoever, please feel free to ask at any point. And I'll do my best to answer your questions. So this here is just a numerical representation of that 5-year history on actuals. Up on the top, you'll see FY14 through FY18. I've taken these off the audited financial statements. FY18 the audit is not complete yet, but the item, Mr. Dion's item, which is item 4 on the agenda, will give you a little bit of insight as to where they think they're going to wrap the year up. We have some small differences, nothing material, between my projections and his projections, but and then those projections will run for where we think we're going to finish fiscal year 19, running out to fiscal year 2024. The top rows here are the revenue history, revenue projections. Second row is the amount of change, and then just a percentage representation of that change. Following that are our general fund expenditure history, where we believe we're going to finish this last fiscal year and this fiscal year and running those expenditures forward. Likewise, it shows the amount of expenditure change by fiscal year, the percentage change. And then the bottom will show you if we finish the year with revenues above expenditures, you'll see a positive number. If revenues are below expenditures, you'll see a negative number, as you'll see the estimate for FY19. Lastly, that'll close out with a fund balance presentation. That fund balance also will go back to FY14 up to where we think we're going to finish FY18, and then it'll run that fund balance or the reserve projection from FY19 through 2024. Following slides will also give you an indication as to how that fund balance finished up the year, some of the factors driving some of those differences. So right now for fiscal year 2018, and you'll hear this again in a very similar fashion from Mr. Dion's item, revenues wrapped up the year at just over $272 million, about $6 million in growth, or 2.4%. The expenditures finished the year at about $268 million for the general fund, $10.3 million increase, or 4%. When we close out the year at $272 million in revenues, less $268 million in expenditures, indicates that we expect to grow the fund balance about $3.5 million, and we'll finish fiscal year 18 very close to $87 million. That $87 million represents the highest fund balance that the County of El Paso has had in my 3 decades of experience, and talking to Mr. Dion, that goes back to, this is El Paso's highest fund balance on the books ever. Running those numbers forward, this is where you'll see some slight differences from this point forward going into 2024. Off the presentation you'll see from the auditor's office, as I'm looking at what we feel our revenues will finish up the year. So this year it's looking at about $283 million. The biggest thing driving this year's revenue change is we had our single largest increase in property values for the County of El Paso in recent history. It looks like we'll have about $11 million in revenue growth, 4%. As you look back historically, 4% is pretty much in the ballpark of the average over the last 5 years. Expenditures, however, seeing anticipating about $288 million in expenses, our single highest growth, $19 million. And I'll go into some of the details of what's driving that growth in the projections for FY19 on a subsequent slide. It is about 7% growth, largest growth in the last 5 years. And my estimate is we're going to finish the year at about $81 million in reserves. Still very healthy, but we're starting to see what's anticipated to be revenues lagging behind expenditures. Running that projection forward as we just look at the average growth going out to 2024, our expenditures are anticipated to go from $280 million 5 years from now as high as $339 million based off of averages and known changes to our appropriations in the current fiscal year, in the revenues. And then on the expenses, finishing at this year at 288, growing to 300, and peaking out 5 years from now at about $367 million. So what you happen to see is a growth of revenues not keeping pace with expenditures based off of projections. So it's about a $5 million consumption in the next couple of years, and then that picks up to 10, 15, and peaks out if we have the same revenue model and the same expense model at about $28 million higher 5 years from now. The offset of that is you'll start seeing a consistent $5 million erosion, $5 million erosion, $10 million, and there's a direct correlation to expenditures over revenues to the impact to our reserve position.
Well,
yes, sir.
That's using the current tax rate.
Correct.
As you go into the
yes, sir. And so what that also does is that assumption looks at the changes we've had in the tax rate over the past 4 years. We've maintained that tax rate for 4 years, and so keeping that builds that into the projection that tax rate is staying static. The only thing we're seeing on revenue changes are incremental changes on fees that we collect and that incremental growth in our tax base.
So that's the current tax rate, and the CAD does their evaluation every 3 years?
So we get new values annually, we get certified values annually, but that recertification where they look at every property in the county takes place every 3.
And that's what happened this year?
Yes, we just experienced that this year. I didn't build in robust growth in 2023 or 2022 simply because we've got 1 year we had super strong growth, and I'm a little bit reluctant to build that strong 5% growth out there a couple more years until we see how that trend is taking place. One of the items that we'll present to you later in subsequent meetings and our special meetings before we get into budget is looking comparatively. How's El Paso County comparing as a percentage of residential property growth and commercial and industrial, and how do those ratios look? And we know from experience that we lag behind on that ratio of residential to commercial property. But every year we're compiling how do we compare and stack up to the top 10 urban counties in the state of Texas. And we're gathering some interesting data right now that we'll present to you at a later Thursday meeting, well before we get into the budget session.
Can I just make a quick comment? Your projections are basically flowing the way my projections are. But the only qualifier that I would say is that FY 2017 and 2018, you've got about an average of a 2.5% growth in revenues. And obviously 2019 is aberration because of the increased values in property.
Correct.
But you're still showing 4%, 3%. You're showing basically, a 3.5% to 4% growth in revenues. So
right.
I'm just saying that's assuming, because right now there's a trend of revenues going down with the exception of property taxes. There's still a lot of looming in the federal government about possible recession happening in 19. We don't know what's going to happen, but we just need to be cognizant, and I'll be working with budget and policy down the road so that we can start taking this and breaking it down into the sub-detail so we know what the expenses are and where we're thinking we're going to grow the budget. But that would be my major concern on the revenue side as to whether those trends are realistic that we'll get back up to a 4% in light of the fact that it's declined to about a 2.5% the last 2 fiscal years.
It also assumes that our expense growth is going to be averaged.
Correct.
Which this is like, our average expense growth. We generally have not added a lot of programs. There are a couple things we've added, the stormwater and the economic impact fund. But this is all a projection, and it's all based on whether the court adds programs, removes programs. Same with like the revenue projection. It's based on an average. It can be influenced one way or the other.
Which is also the important fact of doing this on a quarterly basis and doing those projections once a quarter as opposed to getting this once a year during the budget time. Just so that we've got our finger on the pulse of what's happening in the local economy and our spending and revenue trends on a more frequent basis, so we can adjust those estimates going forward.
Well,
yes, sir.
Why the nearly 20% increase estimate for fiscal year 19?
On the $19.9 million. So a couple of changes going into that. Million. Yes, sir. And I have a slide that detail a little bit of that. So we carried over about $1.5 million in stormwater funding that we actually had expended part of it in January and will expend the balance in February. So that's a new expenditure line item we have. Just the growth in personnel. As you look at the additional $1.5 million we added for personnel cost, our step salary program, our cost of living, and then looking at a couple of new, we have a number of new studies that we're doing this year that, are about half a dozen studies that range from $250,000 to as much as $500,000 per study that we anticipate being new expenses this year, especially in light of what you're going to see on Ms. Keller's strategic plan on the next item. And then we added the $3 million economic impact fund. So to the extent that we have a new economic impact fund and we reappropriated stormwater dollars to the tune of a little over $4 million, and then working with the staff from Public Works and knowing where our transportation projects are coming, upcoming SIB loans that we historically have not had payments on, but we've got some pretty large commitments out there for transportation. Those things in the $3 and $4 and $2 million are just stacking up and adding to that normal growth.
And isn't it that 268 is actual?
Yes.
And 288 is budget.
288 is projected.
Yes,
projected. Yes.
Okay, but the 268, it's not truly the budget didn't truly grow.
No, that is the growth in expenditures from FY17.
From actual
yes,
or from budget?
Actual to actual. That was $10 million in change.
You had a budget of like 301, so
right,
you have some unspent appropriations.
Yeah. And I'm going to go into the detail on those unspent appropriations as well. What drove some of that fund balance spike. So for the year, I've got just what I want to highlight is where we're closing out the year. These numbers will differ just slightly from Mr. Dion's because I got these numbers about 10 days ago, and they're closing the books tonight. So our numbers are off by about a few $100,000, but in the scale of $300 million in expenses, that's rather immaterial for projection purposes. So two main components in our budget, of course, is salary and operating. About 78 cents of every dollar we spend in this county is on personnel and fringe benefits. So people drive our day-to-day spending. Our salary budget for the general fund was $216.5 million. We ended up spending in FY18 $204 million. So we had $12 million unspent, about 5.6%. I have a slide coming up that shows you comparatively, or actually this one shows it. Last year we left 5.1% unspent. This year it's at 5.6. That average has stayed at 5% pretty consistently over the last few years.
And this is entirely on salaries alone?
Salaries and fringe benefits. So the next one is our operating budget. So our operating budget, utilities, rent, supplies, professional services, $84.5 million. Last year we spent $63.6 million, $20 million unspent. But there's some rather significant items that add up to that. I can get to 15 of that 20 million with about 11 line items very, very quickly. Unspent contingencies, our stormwater spending that we didn't do, that we reappropriated, $2.7 million this year, make up part of that. Our El Paso County mobility funding, we've got a little over $3 million appropriated and spent less than $500,000 on transportation, but that trend is going to change. But that builds up that unspent number pretty quickly. But that is the highest percentage we've had unspent, but that's the highest level of special project appropriations that we've had in recent history, and that number is only growing for FY19 and thereafter. As I mentioned, fund balance was projected that finished the year right at $87 million. I think Mr. Dion's number is a little bit below that, 86.5, Edward.
Yeah, it rounds up.
But it rounds to 87. My numbers are all rounded to even millions. We designated 37.7 or $38 million to balance the budget, which left undesignated, unappropriated reserves of $49 million. That our target in our fiscal policies is to finish the year between 10 and 15% of our subsequent year operating budget, which means this year we finished at 15.6. When we were in the hearings last year, our target number we were working on was somewhere in the 12.5 to 13%, but we'll actually close the year a little over 15% on reserves. So we did achieve the goal of 10 to 15%. I know a question you had for me when we were doing the elected official training is, how many days of cash on hand is that? Well, we have two components of operations. Most of our operations have 260 operating days a year, Monday to Friday, 8 to 5. But two large components of our operations, both our juvenile jail and our two detention facilities, run 24/7, 365. So I had to look at prorating a percentage of our all-year operations versus our Monday to Friday, 8 to 5. After I did that, though, that unreserved operating days in cash is about $95 days in cash, which is about a quarter of the year. That's right at the target number that's being recommended by agencies that we look to for policies, which is like our Government Finance Officers Association. Should have somewhere between 60 and 90 days cash available. We're right at 95. So again, we're right at that little over 15% mark.
And the 38 million
Yes,
budgeted in the designated, those are for, where are they designated to exactly?
So that 38 million is designated for Mr. Dion, as the auditor provides the certified revenue estimate. This is filling that gap between his revenue estimate and our total appropriations in general fund. So that's a budget balancing number. So as this year, as my projection says, we're going to consume somewhere around $6 million in reserves. That $38 million, we would use almost $7 million of that $38 million that we designated to balance the budget, we'll actually consume.
So I mean, but is that kind of like arbitrary? I mean, I guess I look at the 87 million, and
Yes,
that's
sir.
significantly more than the 15.6%. And it just like when you subtract the 38, you know, we do get at the 15.6. But I mean, why is it not like a 20%, fund balance? You know, if I'm just trying to figure out, like, I guess how much of it is
because it's committed for governmental accounting standards.
You have to adopt
say the uncommitted reserves.
Yeah.
Because when we're balancing the budget, I mean, you'll see in a few minutes, I'll be talking to you about the unspent appropriations. You all plan for spending and you set the appropriation, but you cannot do that without having a revenue source. And the actual operating revenues don't cover it, so therefore we project the fund balance that we're going to utilize. And if you don't spend it, then obviously we don't consume that fund balance. But if you spent everything you budgeted for, you would be using those funds.
Okay, so those are essentially stuff that was budgeted, but we just didn't spend
Correct.
it.
Yes.
Once we close out the year,
Yes.
that'll
Right.
then go back into the fund
But you've
balance.
committed.
So
to
these
balance
numbers
your
here,
budget.
Commissioner, to answer that right here, that 12 million we didn't spend in salaries and the 20 million we didn't spend in appropriations directly impact how much of this designation we consume. Last year was 0. We actually grew that, but this year I'm guessing we're going to consume in that $6 million range. If the projects we've set up for flood control, for transportation, and the special studies that we're doing, if those become reality and we do expend those this year, then we'll have some consumption.
Okay, and then so after that 6 million, then essentially then the fund balance would just be
Drop
significantly.
81 total, yeah. This is just a graphical representation of the revenue for comparatively for the first quarter of the year. So for 18, our first quarter revenues were just over $80 million. For 19, we're at 92. Two things driving that, and Mr. Dion will touch on that during his presentation, is we've got a little bit of a timing difference between the collection of property taxes, the remittance that comes in from the city of El Paso. We have a consolidated contract for all taxing entities, and the change in value also. We had a 5% increase in value. That's driving most of that change in revenues from quarter to quarter. As you look at spending levels, quarter 1 of fiscal year 18, we were at just over $50 million. Quarter 2 of 19, we're at $55 million. So in the current budget on the revenue, as I stated in the earlier slide, we've got the single largest property value increase in the past decade. We do have good continued sales tax growth. I think Ed, your last letter showed we're about 2.6, 2.7% growth. We're not back to the days where we had the most robust growth. If you look back a couple decades ago, we were averaging in the 7 and 8% growth range, but we're still growing at a fairly good rate. We do have the highest hotel occupancy rate in the state. That doesn't impact the general fund number, but I just wanted to highlight that as a local economy, as fast as this community is building hotels, we're filling them up and leading the state in occupancy of those hotel beds. Yes, sir.
Opportunity for collection more revenue from the motel occupancy. You have the what you call it, bed and bath, bed and breakfast. B&Bs.
Yes, Airbnb.
When I was in the city, we had our people go look at that, and we start collecting the revenue that we were not collecting. So we're not collecting that. So all we need to know, or have we pursued that?
I don't know as a county we have. I know Mr. Dion professionally stays pretty attuned with what's happening with our local collection group, so to speak. And Edmundo Calderon over at the city, their auditor.
Exactly.
We do work closely with them about looking at trying to capture whether it's commercial hotel or the latest trend is your Airbnb.
Well,
but I don't know that we have a concentrated effort on that yet. But
I would like for us to look at that.
We're looking at
that is revenue that was not being collected. It may not be a whole lot, but revenue is revenue.
It adds up, Commissioner. You're right. So that the 1,000 here and 10,000 there before you know it.
We're in collaboration with the tax assessor collector who sent out those bills and Edmundo.
Well, Mundo will be the point of contact because when he tasked him.
Actually, the city has a contract with a firm that actually goes out and does some. Exactly. And it's a commission based.
Yes.
And we've been working with him on that. I'm trying to bring that to the county where we can just piggyback the city's agreement where the county can go ahead and do that too.
Okay.
On the expenditure side, as I noted earlier, some of the things driving significant expenditure change in FY19 and thereafter, of course, our employee compensation, as we've added over the last couple of years, somewhere between $1.4 to $2.2 million in staffing. Those are ongoing expenditures that we've got to have some predictability in the costs for the future. Mentioned our salary. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but before you get off the subject of employees, Betsy, we can have maybe a printout of all the positions that have been closed out, and the ones that are pending hiring a new employee or an employee to fill that position. Do you think we can have
all the vacancies, basically?
Yeah.
And their hiring status?
Yes.
Yes, sir. I know HR provided us one in September, but they can definitely get us an updated one.
And then
also just on the hotel occupancy rates, we have had the highest, but unfortunately one of the biggest contributors of that was the Tornillo facility. A lot of the workers that were manning the tent city out in Tornillo were staying in hotels in El Paso, and that's what contributed to.
Yeah, and with that recent closure, we'll need to see what Q2 is looking like comparatively.
Also, the releases downtown where they ran out of space, they were actually buying hotel rooms. And I understand they were spending like $150,000.
$40,000 a week, $40,000 a week on hotels.
Yeah.
So Q2 will be a big tail. Q3 better, but
that's not subsided. I mean, there's actually more in the last week. Every day of the last week, there's been more than there were back in November and December.
Another large factor on the expenditure, the projected expenditure growth for FY19, as I mentioned, flood control. We've carried over about $1.5 million worth of purchase orders from last year. Those units and vehicles are being delivered have been in the last couple of weeks and will all be here in the next few weeks. And then to the extent that we look at spending our additional $4 million for flood control this year. We've got a pending grant application out for an additional grant we applied for. So as those expenditures become rather routine, we've got to look at that projected expense running forward. As I mentioned also, another large factor driving our projections in the FY19 budget was our mobility plan. Looking at leveraging our local dollars in loan agreements that we do with the State Infrastructure Bank and with meeting our match requirements for El Paso's transportation planning and our construction projects in that regard. And then lastly, I only listed a few of them here, but we've made a lot of strategic investments of late. Economic Incentive Fund at the tune of $3 million, of which the $500,000 for the food program that we just recently approved. We've got a few master plans in the works that are $250,000 apiece and up for master plans, and various studies going on in the county. When you add all those variety of studies, master plans, and economic incentives, that's another $5 million of potential ongoing cost. On the horizon for FY 2020, one of the items that I would suggest we continue to look at is that alignment of the revenues with expenditures. As you see, $272 million of revenues, or $280 million in revenues, but projected expenses coming closer to 290. We need to look at a couple of items as we enter that budget cycle of either looking at cost control and perhaps coupled with looking at some revenue enhancement. As we had meetings of late, one of the items we talked about is we've done a great job of managing that tax rate and holding the line on that tax rate. But I think at least the three members of the court know that the discussion we've had of late is there may not be the ability to do that, into perpetuity for the next decade. But looking at revenue enhancement coupled with cost management and bringing those two relationships of revenues and expenditures into closer alignment. Revenue, no significant changes. Big issue this year will be legislative challenges. Commissioner Stout and I were chatting. If you're watching the feeds that are coming out online and being tweeted by the state, there's a pretty hard push to put a cap on property taxes again. The latest number I've heard out of the governor's office is 2.5% cap. The only good thing I heard, but I hope it's serious. It's not just rhetoric. Is the unfunded mandate picture. I just recently, we just updated our unfunded mandate worksheets for the county administrator. And when you look at the numbers of what we have to pay as county government to deliver a lot of services where there are, and it's a mandated service by statute, there's no dollars that come along with that from the state. So at least the governor has recognized that, but to the extent that it actually takes place and they start funding some of the programs that we are obligated to cover those expenditures for, I'm waiting to see that come to fruition. The revenue caps concern me. I'm sure we've got a fight in our hands again, and we'll be there. We'll be prepared with the data and the impacts at the local level, so that we can testify with a fierce fury as to why that cap setting at the state level should be something that our local politicians that are tasked with meeting those mandates and balancing the budget should be a local decision as opposed to the state imposing that.
How many do we have and how much are we spending?
On what?
Unfunded mandate.
Oh.
65% of our budget.
Probably, I don't have the number in front of me, but it is.
It's like 65% of our budget.
It's like 80, probably close to $80 million unfunded mandates. It's significant. It is rather significant. We have a lot. I'll actually, we just finished that report. I'll shoot that report over to the court.
Should I also have a comment?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Besides the no significant fee changes, in the last few sessions, we're always looking for revenue enhancements. A lot of the House bill, I was telling Betsy, a House bill came out 2 weeks ago for fiscal impact. I was excited because it was going to raise the JP filing fee. That fee has not changed in 2 decades. The cost of providing the service has changed, but the fee hasn't. It's only $500,000, and over 5 years will be about $5 million impact, but those numbers add up, they're real, and it helps us cover the cost of delivering those services. Unfortunately, they get beat down pretty hard, and very few revenue increases pass at the state level. I already mentioned we haven't had a tax rate increase for 4 years. On the expenditure side, we have already been served notice that we are going to enter negotiations. You have an item on your agenda Monday for the appointing of your negotiating team, but collective bargaining at the jail. It will be coming up this fiscal year and will impact this budget and typically the next 4 budgets after this. We usually enter a 5-year agreement. So that'll be something that there's an amount of expenditure growth, predictability, and estimates that will go into our budget projections. Likewise, continued strategic investments as we fund our transportation projects, our flood control needs, and other strategic initiatives that the court will be considering later this month. We've got to look at that one-time investment cost and the ongoing operating costs into the future and what revenue opportunities they may afford us as well. And then lastly on expenditure is trying to couple that revenue enhancement with holding the line and controlling our costs and managing our budgetary growth to the best of our ability. That still allows your departments to meet their statutory needs and fund their day-to-day operations and meet the needs of our constituents. With that, I'll open it up for any further questions you haven't added on earlier slides, and we'll be doing this update on a quarterly basis, and you'll hear somewhat of a repetition of some of the impacts that we've seen of late when Mr. Dion gives his presentation later this morning. Questions from the board?
Just other than the 2%, what sort of keeps you up at night about our budget? What concerns do you have about more of the operational part of it? What concerns you, Wally?
Well, the personnel cost is our single largest item that grows. One of the parts that concerns me is, as departments recognize that, hey, we've had some turnover, we've got senior staff leaving, and then departments are like, okay, we've got senior staff, we can take and repurpose that senior staff and create maybe 4 positions where we close 2, and then what we do is we sort of build that expenditure growth into the future. I know departments get creative, and that's a good way of trying not to ask for more appropriations in the budget. It helps keep things flat, but we never get to recognize that people are leaving out on the top end after 15 and 20 years of service, and now we're taking 2 positions that essentially were redlined that we were somewhat controlling cost on, and now we're converting it to more people and a growth that is going to impact us for potentially the next 15 years. So
do we have a number on how many of those we actually do? Because I sign off on those, and well, if it's a new position that comes to the court, I don't think that's very common.
No, I'll see. I'll work with HR and see if I can get count on that.
But have to come to the court, and I can think of one time we've brought one in the last 12 months.
Okay, I'll look and gather some stats on that. The other thing is commodity price changes that we don't have any control over, and it's just keeping that good line of communication, like with our utility companies. So when the utility company announces there's going to be a utility increase, the more notice we have of that, and to the extent that you can assist us with keeping that flow of communication with our various utility agencies, those things can sneak up and bite a fiscal year. And then the last thing is looking at what we can do to sustain and maintain and grow our tax base. We don't grow nearly at the same rate that other communities grow, and our growth pattern as far as the demand for services, population's growing needs for those services are just not keeping pace with the growth in our base, and that's another area that's probably the most concerning.
You frequently tell me your biggest concern is new programs that have a new cost without a new revenue source. Yeah. The flip side of that is it's very difficult to add a new revenue source for the court when our fund balance is sufficient to absorb those increases in expense. But Wally tells me probably 10 times a budget cycle, if not more, that we're adding expenses, we're not adding revenues, and constantly is reminding me that that's a concern. But that basically will be a future concern. We have to just be very cognizant of as we do impact our fund balance.
Yeah, especially as these larger programs we start getting some momentum on those, and those are costs that we maintain over the future. Those are the bigger ones that I've got more concern over, is as we bring these big programs online. If we're going to spend millions of dollars in these big programs, I need to have the best of our ability, some incremental increase in the revenues to be able to cover the cost of those services.
Commissioner, you only had a question.
Well, you and I have spoken about this before. The federal prisoners, I know, or I understand, the feds have already missed one payment, and more is probably coming our way. And really the question is, I know that when the feds come back online, we will be receiving the funding that they missed. But over and above that, we've lost interest. We will have lost interest in that money. And I just want to make sure that we do bill the feds for our losses.
Yeah, I was talking to Mr. Dion about that earlier this week. So as you stated, the communication we received from the federal government is it's not that the payment won't be made. It'll just be deferred and delayed until such time that the federal government goes back to doing business and funds the budget. But one of the things that we're looking at is if we lost the opportunity to invest, every month is $1.25 million to as much as $1.5 million. So in a quick 3 months, that's $5 million of revenue. We're only earning 2.25% in the bank, but 2.25% for 90 days on a few $1 million. That number you mentioned, 500 here, or in this instance, maybe as much as $10,000 in unforegone interest revenue. Our intent is to work with the auditor's office to calculate that amount and then discuss that with the sheriff's department and say, hey, on January's bill, make sure your 1.4 million, since we had a 30-day delay or a 60-day delay on payment, includes 60 days worth of incremental interest. Worst thing you can do is say no, but I think it's not unreasonable for us to say this has been an economic loss.
So this is contractual. There's no possibility that they back off on the back pay? Do they have that potential to say, we don't have the money on the back pay, or do we need to worry about that?
Not to my knowledge, but I would defer to the legal to look at the agreement.
We have a contract.
Since it's a reimbursement for services that have been delivered, I believe that would be something that would be payable. In the worst case scenario, we could go to suit with the federal government. It would have to be prospectively from stopping that service delivery.
We've seen some kind of things that happen, so I would keep that in mind. If we're guaranteed that back pay, or they're going to say we'll pay you a certain amount, or I just would like to make sure it's not an assumption that we're getting the back pay when the time comes.
So like I said, so far the letter we've gotten from the marshal is their full intent is it'll be just a delayed reimbursement. There's been no discussion to date on discontinuance or lack of payment. And that's another reason as we look at that dependency on an outside funding source. When you go through a recession or you go through an issue like this, you've got to be able to have those reserves to be able to absorb any delay or deferral in payment. So having that 60 to 90 days in cash is all important. From a timing perspective, there's a time of year you want to have this going on. It's this time of year. We're cash flush. Property taxes are flowing in. They're due and need to be postmarked by January 31st. So we're at the peak of our revenue cycle. So as you look at his cash flow numbers, you'll see that this type of time of year is when we're at the highest level of cash we have on hand for the whole fiscal year.
Got a question, Judge?
Sure.
Only the projections, those also assume that we continue to keep the same debt rate, right?
So no, these projections are general fund only. I am not the debt rate. So of our tax rate, 4.1 cents of our 45 cents, or about 9% of our day-to-day property tax collections, goes to debt service. That's segregated in a separate fund, which we are legally obligated to pay our obligations for those certificates.
Right, but is that shown on the expense side?
No, this is purely general fund.
Okay.
Yes. Any other questions of the court? With that, anything that comes to mind after this afternoon, if you think of something, or over the weekend, you're like, I should have asked. Feel free to give me a holler, stop by, shoot me an email. This is something that is new for the county, doing it on a quarterly basis. As I'm looking at the detailed expenses and working with the county's financial staff, we're looking to make sure that we're taking those unspent appropriations into consideration. My team is meeting over the next few weeks for the first quarter budget meetings with departments and letting them know, here's how you finished up the first quarter of the year, doing a preface leading into fiscal year 2020 request. And my team's doing that on a quarterly basis so we can keep our fingers on the pulse of what's driving our bottom line. So, all right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you for that.
Item number 3, receive a preliminary financial update regarding the general fund for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2018.
Good morning, Edward Dean on El Paso County Auditor. I'm going to try not to, Wally's kind of stole my thunder already, since we're using basically the same numbers. I have a lot more detail in here, but I'll try not to just labor over the details unless you all have some questions. First of all, the audit is typically provided to the Commissioner's Court in April of each year. So around April 1st, we'll be providing the final audited financial statements. I'm going to review just the revenue actuals, comparing both years. I'm going to give you some selected changes. I'm going to focus on anything over or under $100,000. I'm going to be talking about budget actual comparisons, expenditures, and then variances of 100,000 up or down, and then the fund balance analysis that Wally had already mentioned. As Wally stated, we'll be doing a soft close tomorrow on fiscal year 18. That allows the numbers now to start working in the budget module as well as the forecasting module. So we'll be able to start focusing on the next budget cycle. First table depicts comparison of revenues between 2017 and 2018. Shows that the grand total of revenues was $271.6 million, growth of $6.4 million or 2.43%. The negatives actually show that it's an increase in the famous system, in the Munis system. Revenues are negative, expenses are positive. So just to make sure we don't get confusing, because some of the graphs, some of the tables that I give you, depending on what we're looking at, it's going to kind of maybe inverse. The most significant changes occurred in taxes, 79.7% increase. Ad valorem taxes comprised 160.3. That was 59%, and sales tax was 48.1 million, or 17.81%. Here I'm going to go ahead and focus on the increases within the revenues over 100,000. As I said, the bulk was tax. It was a 3.7 million relating to ad valorem, and there was a 2.4 million increase relating to sales tax. Interest earnings grew about 948,000, or 105%, mainly due to the Fed raising the rate. Charges for services, the big increase there was 1.6 million, relating most of it to federal prisoners, of 796,000, among a bunch of other changes. One thing I'll point out is that miscellaneous revenues, there was a significant increase in the sports park rental, went up by almost 195,000 or 36%.
Related to the alcohol, we know that that's partially related to our policy change on alcohol. We've seen a lot more tournaments coming.
Yeah, but that was an increase in that category, but we'll see a decrease probably in some of the others regarding commissions. There was an unemployment reimbursement from the Texas Association of Counties for a true-up of 292.6%, and the main change you'll see later on that it's a 100% increase because we decided to put that as a separate line item so that we could track it over the years as to how much money we're getting sent back as a true-up. Decreases in the revenues. The main category that decreased was fines and forfeits. It was a decrease of about 853.8 thousand. County attorney forfeitures were down. They were up by 91 thousand, or 16%, while there was a decline in fines and forfeits of 526,000, or 13%. And then judgments and settlements by 459,000. Now those are kind of one time. They happen from year to year. It's not a stable revenue. Intergovernmental experience decreases totaling most of the decrease, which was indigent defense, 362,000, or 29.34%. Reimbursements from the district clerk, child support totaling 268,000, or 41%. And then the intergovernmental, the interlocal revenue for the sheriff for animal control. For some reason, we had some contracts with the outlying areas, and those did not come to fruition. My understanding, they're working on a contract for 19 to get those entities to start paying. Budget versus actual. And revenues increased over the budget. That was estimated by $8.8 million. The favorable variances are in black, and the unfavorable variances are in red. And I'll just note that this analysis totally excludes the designations that are put into the budget to balance, because there's never any actuals related to those. So the actual revenues exceeded estimates by 8.8 million or 3.37%. One of the things I have to do periodically is on federal prisoners, we've budgeted at 550 prisoners a day. And typically we've had about 700 prisoners a day over the years. But the revenue has been so erratic over the years that I have never really budgeted the actual amount. We came to an agreement in the last budget cycle, so in 19 we budgeted for 650. While I communicated with the sheriff so that we were all on the same page, we've increased it to 650. I've noticed that there's actually been a trend now that federal prisoner, as of the first quarter, we're seeing a decline. But because of that, we had $6.6 million revenue variance on federal prisoners. When you take that out of the picture, the actual budget, actual variance was only 0.84%. So that means that my revenues that I projected and the actuals, I was within, 0.84%. So we're still pushing the revenues. I think we're bringing in the estimates close to the actuals. And in 19, like I said, we fixed it, so we shouldn't see any big variance of budget actual on the revenue side in that category. This is just the pie chart of the variances before excluding the federal prisoner variance under charges for services. And then once you take that out, it shows you the 0.84%, and those are the areas where there were variances, totaling $2.2 million. Okay, these are revenue variances that exceed 100,000, just to focus on some of the major areas. Charges for services, as I said, federal prisoners, it was approximately 6.6 million, and we've made adjustments to the estimate going into 19. Interest earnings was the other significant one due to changes in the Federal Reserve. Intergovernmental, the significance was reimbursements to salaries, the trend of growing DRO revenues that have been going up. They're still kind of below the prior years of about 750 on an annual basis. And I said as miscellaneous, the sports park revenues are posting growth. I'm going to continue to evaluate that to see about some additional increases for the 2020 revenue estimate. Decreases. The main decrease related to over 100,000 was county clerk due to fluctuation in case filing activity and escalate traffic control, and that was mainly attributable to fewer major events at the park. But my understanding is that things are in the works to bring some of that stuff back. So based on the information that I'm provided, we'll look at the 2020 estimate. I'm bringing that estimate back up. Intergovernmental, we had a reduction in contractual arrangements with the state AG child support for district clerk. And as I said earlier, the sheriff's animal control agreement with the outlying jurisdictions. And there was also a county attorney's support billings to UNC. We had a budget for which we got reimbursed less because obviously the cost to the county that needed to be reimbursed was less.
I do expect to see the fines and forfeits continue to decline with everything that's going on in the justice system reforms at a national level. It is making all justice systems across the country really assess the fines and the fines that they're applying to cases. And so I expect to see that trend continue to lower and then eventually level off.
Particularly would be the JP courts. As far as what latitude the JPs have now to assess fines to parents for kids who are being delinquent.
True.
Okay, in the area of expenditures, 18 versus 17, they grew by 11.6 million or 4.54%. The only decline we had was under the area of transfers, and that decline relates to a transfer, a one-time transfer that you all did to the Road and Bridge Fund for road resurfacing, approximating about $3 million. Some of the increases, greater than 100,000, all of those listed right there, total about 18.5 million. 8.5 million related to personnel, 9.6 related to operating, 287,000 for capital, and 114 for transfers. The personnel changes were mainly due to COLA steps and other reclassifications, regrades approved in FY18, and also a one-time infusion into the county's retirement system for about $500,000. Under the operating, you had a contract services general was up by 2.5 million, but that was also offset by some declines on the next graph of about $1.4 million to the food purchases. Also, a sales tax abatement increased relating to actual payments on 381 tax abatement agreements, because previously we were taking it out of revenues directly, and it was agreed upon that we would pay it directly as an appropriation and not offset the revenues. Decreases to expenses exceeding 100,000. These decreases here are approximately 7.7 million. They hit the areas of 1.7 million to personnel. Operating was down by 3 million. Capital 146, and transfers out were the 2.9, which is the road and bridge transfer that did not recur in 18. And then additionally, vested benefits saw a decline of 922,000. The decline is attributable to a decline in attrition of sheriff collective bargaining employees who are required to be paid out when they retire. Okay, excess appropriations, and I'm sure this is going to differ slightly from what Mr. Hardgrove presented. Overall, I'm showing preliminarily $28.8 million in available budget. The excess related to 12.1 million, or 42% of that excess relating to personnel. Operating was 11.7, or 40.57%. Capital outlays was 670,000, or 2.32%, and transfers out was a 4.3 million, or 14.94. And some of this relates to what Wally was talking about. There's some carryover appropriations. These were expenditures that were planned for, but there were excess because it didn't come to fruition and we actually didn't make those payments. And overall, comparing 18 to 17, the excess grew by 2.97%, or 2.97 million, or 11.5%. Excesses greater than 100,000 totaled 26.9 million and made up 93.37% of the total excess of 28.8. And 11.8 was personnel, 10.3 was operating, $500,000 capital outlays, and then that 4.3 was transfers. Under the personnel, there was 2.6 million relating to salary adjustments, and then the retirement, there was a $2 million excess. Under operating, there was a professional service general of 2.4 million, operating contingencies 2.2, and contract services general of 1.5.
What is the transfer out again?
The transfer out, my understanding, the excess of 4.3?
Yes.
I'm not sure exactly what they had in there. But here, there's a transfer excess grant match of 900,000. But you're talking about the 3,011,000.
Well, I mean, just generally, I mean, but what is in the transfer out category of the 11 million that was budgeted, and then the 6 that was actual?
Okay, let me see. Where's that 11 million?
It's at the top number in the fiscal year under the revised budget, 11.25.
Is that the slide that you're talking about?
Yes. Under transfers
out is 11.2. Mm-hmm. We spent 6.9. We had 4.3 remaining.
But what's in that category?
What's in there? What are we transferring out from there?
Let's see. I think I have some detail. I can get you that answer here real quick.
I think part of that's flood control that wasn't utilized. I think is a large portion. And then in the El Paso County Mobility Fund, I'll double check as well. Those are the two that jump out of the top of my head.
But what we put in, what we call transfer out, is where we reserve funds.
Under the general administrator?
It's the funds we reserve under general admin, and we haven't dedicated them yet to a personnel, operating, or capital expense. Excuse me.
But
Right.
I'm pretty sure that these are some of the ones I was asking budget and policy for some clarification for. They were appropriated, I don't know if it was for the mobility authority, that those funds were set there and then they would be transferred into another category based on the court's approval for those projects. So they were set aside, and I think some of these relate to the carryover funds, right, Wally?
Yeah.
That they were not expended, so they're going to be reappropriated.
Correct.
Okay. So it's essentially funds
Stormwater
that don't fall into the category of personnel operating capital
Yes,
outlays.
yes, and actually they were still to be determined because we didn't know. It was not apparent at that time where those funds were going to be spent. Because you had a list at one point. You had so many projects you wanted to fund, so you had agreed to a certain amount, and then you would allocate it.
And I have asked Wally in the future to try to go through those where we've said that we're going to use it for a certain thing. Part of what delays our processes is getting the money moved from this fund over to wherever it's supposed to be spent. But when it's very clear what it's going to be spent for, stormwater, we don't know exactly how much will be capital, how much will be operating, so it'll stay in the transfer out. But when we know, when the court has said, we want to allocate $250,000 for a study of the jail, and the study is going to be done by Public Works, that if we could please move that money and allocate it immediately as part of budget, so that, one, to speed up processes, and then it'll be more clear what it was used for. So then in that case, it would be in the operating. And it wouldn't be in that transfer out, you'd be able to see it in the operating.
And in the department it was originally intended.
Right.
And I guess the other thing would help my office when we do the budget process, when we put funds in a line like that, we'd like to have notes, detail to know what's in there, because it comes to our office, then we have to go back and research to make sure it was something you all approved. And so it'd just be more efficient, I think, if we could get some more detail. With that, the summary, as Wally already said, we started the beginning of fiscal year 18 with $83.7 million. Revenues and transferred total $271.5 million. That was an increase of 6.4 or 2.43%. Expenses were $268, increase of 11.6 or 4.5%. And the excess is 3.4, leaving a total of $86.5 million. That's preliminary. I expect it just to change a little bit. I seriously doubt that it'll go under 86 million. It'll be a little bit lower because I learned today there were some additional expenses coming our way for payments that related to the prior year. But that's a pretty solid number there. And this is every month I provide a monthly financial update. This graph's been there for a number of years. It's a little bit different than what Wally is projecting in budget and policy. As he said, with the fund balance that we're projecting for 2018, that leaves, I come up with a 15.43% preliminarily based on the 49 million that's undesignated, unreserved. And we met the 10 to 15. Looks like we're going to be 10 to 15. The GFOA has a variety of suggestions of how we address fund balance reserves. You can do it as a percentage. You can do it first quarter expenditures. And I think on an average basis, most entities look at 3 months of operating. And as Wally said, we have 95 days cash. So definitely within the 3 months of operating cash flow.
And before you get off that slide, if you look at 2019, I guess this year is maybe the year that our expenditures start overtaking our revenue. Is that correct?
That's what I need detail on in order for my projection. This is an aggregate projection based on historical trends. And I had that same concern going into the end of 18. I thought we were going to have a bunch of expenses coming through and that fund balance was going to drop down to 82, 83. And it didn't happen, but then we do have a reappropriation, so it's coming. It's coming, and whether they're one-time expenses or whether they're recurring, is key to that projection. The other thing is we're continuing to work with our new brain system. We're still having our issues, but we're gonna do our projections from here forward in the new brain system regardless. We're gonna make it happen because that's gonna enable us to do our projections for the 5 years by detail line. We'll be able to put the personnel charges in there, project whatever the court says for the next few years, maybe not without a COLA, just put this, and then we'll be able to do some scenarios with those increases. Put the operating, put the projects, and you'll know exactly which projects are coming on board if you phase them in. And I think that'll make this task much more palatable to be able to know where we are, where we're going.
And those projections are, I guess it's the same question I asked Wally, using the current tax rate.
Yes, yes. But like I say, you're going to probably see that spike a little bit because 19, the revenues are going up on taxes because of the reevaluation. Okay. We typically have growth on an annual basis of new properties close to $750 million. And you all just touched upon legislation. I'm not so worried about the 2.5% cap, okay? I'm more concerned about them capping the tax rate so that new values added to the rolls are no longer allowed as an increase to have sustainable revenue for your increasing expense growth. If that's the case, you're going to have a flatline budget. Revenues will never grow until, unless up to the 2.5%, but you'll no longer have that growth of new values added, new taxpayers being added, and getting that revenue growth. But it's been about between 2 and 2.5% on average for the last 20 years. That would be devastating to all local governments. And I'm more concerned about that cap because they did bring that up the last time. And I think it's going to come up again. So.
The impact on that, just so the court is aware, if we're restricted from growing that revenue source, it's $3.5 million a year that we're accustomed to gaining in new tax revenues. And if that is removed legislatively, like Dion said, our revenue growth stream flattens out dramatically. So that's a bill, and if it goes through, we need to fight tooth and nail. If we're gonna ever bring that revenue and expense pattern into alignment. And Commissioner, I did go back and look at that $11 million number, and we had unspent $4 million. And as I mentioned, $3 million of that was unused for El Paso County, obviously for the flood control program, and just under $1 million was unspent grant matches. That made up about $4 million of that 4.5.
And what percentage do you use to project out the expenditure increase? I know in previous years it's been 14% that we were growing.
Oh, no. I'm actually just letting it go on its own, and it's been hovering between 4.5% and 5.5%. Just like the current budget grew by 7%. It depends on what you spend. You may budget 7%, but this past year it was 4.54%. So I let the trend set the expense growth. I do not hard code it. I was thinking of hard coding it and capping it at 5%. If we have something come through the legislature, we may just start having to put that in our scenario. But it's not 14%.
It's 14 million bucks.
14 million? Okay. But right now it's hovering about 5, between about 5.5%.
So the single largest difference you have between Mr. Neon's column out there in 2019, that $85 million projection, and mine, 81, I know in the next 30 days we're going to spend $1.5 million he doesn't have in his scenario for the flood control vehicles. In addition, looking at programs we have in the pipeline for the balance of fiscal year 19 for transportation, I'm factoring that in as well. And those aren't built in his history because they didn't exist in the historical model. They're new for 19 and foreseeably thereafter.
Yeah, and that gets back to Commissioner Pettis sometime back. We started doing it. We want to document the impacts that are planned. So as soon as I get some additional information, I will put that into my historical trend for the future. But that's just for 19. I don't know what we're doing for flood control. And that's something we need to work on together, and that's going to be part of the budget cycle as we move forward. And hopefully we can bring these systems on board where we can actually at some point use them during the process.
just slipped my mind. Oh, you said the books were closing tomorrow. I thought they normally closed in.
Well, the fiscal year ends September 30th, but we have a process we're in the process of having an external audit. And by law, I have to provide it to you by April. So we've got a 6-month cycle, but we've been paying bills. We've been operating in a new budget, and we've been screening them so that the expenditures that related to the prior fiscal year, we're making sure that they get charged to the budget that just ended. So we are doing the accruals and making sure those expenses go through. For governmental accounting purposes, and you have to record the expense in the proper accounting period. So we're just about to the end of that. So we left the system open so that we could get all of the expenses in. And now we're going to do a soft close, we call it, which is closing the year. So that, because our system is kind of restricted. If we don't close the old year, they can't start working on the 20 budget because you have to have 18 closed so those buckets open up. It's a procedural thing, but typically we would leave our system open until almost March. So this is an improvement.
So in my experience from a materiality level, the first 60 days, when you get just to the end of November through Thanksgiving and the early part of December, materially speaking, we've done 99% of our expense and revenue capturing.
That's right.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably less than 99% because we're still getting some stuff now.
High 90s. But you've done a majority of that in 60 days. But until they've gotten all the accruals in the system, like I said, it'll close out tomorrow, which I'm glad to say is one of the earliest closes we've had lately. And so the audit will close out earlier than it has as well. So that's an optimistic thing because that gives you a much more certainty as to where we finish the year and where we think we're going earlier in the cycle, which is great.
And from here forward, we're going to be looking for materiality. It's not a material item. We're not worried about it. It's because that would have a significant impact on your 19 budget, and we don't want that to happen. So, any questions?
Thank you.
Mr. Dion, on the, did I miss something on the Coliseum as to why we don't have information on the Coliseum, the revenues versus expenses?
The Coliseum is outsourced, and per contract, their guarantee for revenues is almost close to $500,000. Mm-hmm. Their funding comes from the Coliseum tourist promotion. Those are hotel dollars, hotel tax dollars, and they have a contract. And correct me if I'm wrong, Wally, it's what, $2.7 million? We pay the utilities directly and net it out of their contract, but we fund the Sports Commission. They operate the facility, and then we get revenues that come from their operations based on the agreement that was done many years ago.
So is it fixed, or does that become part of our budget, or?
The revenues that we receive are part of the general fund.
Okay.
Yeah, so right now, from a budget perspective, we've got about $750,000 budgeted on the general fund coming in from events, parking, and concessions. Okay. We pay out just over $3 million. That's capped contractually at 83% of our hot taxes. So that most we'll ever pay them from here forward is 83% of what we collect in hot taxes. That trues up after an audit period is closed. So once we close the 18 audit and the audit is complete, the money that we would budget for the Coliseum for FY20 will be based on last year's closing numbers and 83% of our estimates for hot taxes.
So they get money out of our budget, but from the hot,
yes.
hot, and then they pay money back into our budget, general fund.
It's revenues.
And that contract comes up in the next 24 months
21, right?
on finishing up.
So having more venues and events, that doesn't help our revenues?
It does.
It does.
Yeah, the more events they have, the more concessions, the more parking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because as Mr. Hargrove said, the revenues used to be like 425. We were up in like 700 now.
$750,000.
Because the contract was amended so that we could now start getting incremental increases in our revenue because the way it was written, it was capped. So it was when the 83% was implemented, the revenue part of the contract was amended also.
Well, compared to what we're receiving now, compared to what we were kind of getting years ago, there's a big difference. Mm-hmm. As far as we're in better shape now, based on what I've known, what I've seen over the years, we're in better shape now we're getting from the Coliseum, the Sports Commission, compared to what we were getting years ago.
On the revenue side, but we also, I mean, the amount that we give them, I mean, it's 80, the Coliseum eats up vast majority of what we get in hotel occupancy taxes.
Before we lost it all out of the general fund side.
Right.
Yes.
Now we pay it all out of the hot fund side. So it does limit your hot funds for other purposes.
Hot funds are dedicated solely to special, you can only spend them on certain.
Yeah, and the statute specifically states that venue can be supported by hotel motel.
So you've got 2 hot contracts coming to closure in the next 24 months. You've got the
DoubleTree
that ends at the end of this calendar year. That will free up on a fiscal year basis $160,000 in hot revenue. And then in 2021 is how we choose to go forward on operations and costs.
Of course, now hot tax can only be used to promote events outside the city. It can't be used for promotion within.
Our hot funds we can use to promote events within the city, sir, but it can only be used for certain elements of events.
It's a category.
We have like 7 categories of what it can be used for.
But it's very explicit
And
that it
for
allows for
very-
museum.
And for writing.
But it's explicit.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I have one more question, and then Commissioner Leon has another question. You know, the numbers on the federal prisoners has come down. What kind of dialogue do we have to have a better sort of forecast? Who are we talking to? Are they the sheriff directly, and then he determines.
And then he interfaces with a marshal.
And
it's sporadic. Around the holidays, it typically does go down. But if you look historically over the last 10 years, it's been up in the 700s.
But I've spoken to Chief Whitten about it. I continue to talk to Chief Whitten about the numbers. I think we're pretty stable, leveled off right now. I understand they built another facility. Another facility was built that's housing them. So our 700 days, we're down a little from that. But it's been pretty it leveled down, and it's been staying pretty level at that number.
I think today was 6 something.
It's a significant revenue, so I was wondering if it dropped so, from 700 to 500. I was just.
And we didn't budget it at 700.
No, we're at 650, and that's the highest I've ever budgeted for. We're just going to watch it cautiously to make sure we want to stay there. But the reason I did it is because every year I'd have to qualify, my budget versus actuals on the revenues. And once I took out the feds, I was down less than 1%. And when we do the revenues, we squeeze it. Okay, we really do squeeze it, and we have all the trends to support it, unless we see something going down. But I'm not ultra conservative on my revenue estimates. But I'm not going to get you all in trouble and estimate $60 million on sales tax, and now you're in cut mode because it didn't come in.
Commissioner Leo?
Well, one quick question. You had mentioned on the retirement fund, there was a significant difference.
$500,000.
Did we overestimate?
No, that was an infusion to try to reduce the outstanding pension liability.
Okay, that was the 500,000.
Yeah, that's all that was.
18 only.
That's all that was. And yeah, we did it. TCDRS felt that was the best way to do it, the less complicated for them, and that was just a one-time. Okay. It's not being planned again. I think. That's just one.
Any other questions, commissioners? Mr. Dion, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item number 8, receive a presentation and update on the 2018 to 2019 strategic plan.
Commissioners, Judge Commissioners, good morning. Betsy Keller, County Administrator. I wanted to just give you an update on our current strategic plan because the court is preparing to head into strategic planning next week. So I think it would be good just to show an overview of where we're at and the current plan. I know that the court will create new priorities, some new goals as it meets next week. But this is just to give you an idea of what we're currently working on in this fiscal year. So the current vision is that we're a leading binational community, a vibrant community with a dynamic, diverse economy. a world-class center for health and entertainment for all. Currently, our values are based on the statement of team pride and service. Pride stands for professional, results, innovation, dedication, and ethical. Our current 4 main goals are financially sound county government, professional, effective organization, strong growing economy, and a vibrant community. So right now, our priorities are divvied up between policy priorities and management agenda. So the top priorities for policy, they're listed here. I won't read them all because we'll go over some of them when we actually go into an online version of the plan that I'm going to show you. But just as an example, some of our top priorities on the policy agenda have been stormwater management policy and funding, downtown jail direction and efficiency study, and the regional transportation entity getting some direction. On high priority on the policy agenda side, the future water, wastewater, county business direction, the medical contract for the jail, a downtown administration building, parking lot facility, something you're going to discuss on your agenda today, and then a jury selection process, refinements, and an action plan. On the management agenda, the top priority was a business retention and expansion plan for our economic development department, information technology master plan as an example, the criminal justice action plan, and creating a data performance-driven budget, refining that. High priority items was the long-term debt policy and plan, the downtown heritage survey, getting it completed, and the IT operating platform, new county domain migration implementation is an example of a few of those. So we have been working towards getting this to be an online plan where both the public and our internal team can see the plan live at any moment in time, and that our team members can update the plan as things happen, so that we're all of the most current version of where we're at in the action items. So right now we have this link that will be shared internally, just to allow us to internally to look at everything we've uploaded on the online form, and so that we can point out any corrections that we need to add. And then once we have all the corrections from the internal test period, this will be available to the public. And so I'm going to go into it now so we can see what it will look like. So this would be a link that would be on our website. It would appear that you're on our website when you're looking at it, but you'll actually be on the host website through Invisio. So it starts off and it shows our 4 main goals: financially sound county government, strong growing economy, professional effective county organization, and vibrant community. These colors underneath tell it's color coded how much we've completed. You can hover and see. Right now we've completed 40% of our goals that are under financially sound county government. You'll see there's a little bit of red. That means we have a major disruption in one of the goals, or in some of the goals. Yellow means a minor disruption, and green is on track. And that goes for each one of these. You'll be able to see under that goal where we're at on our action items. And again, these goals are not necessarily tied to the fiscal year. Some of them go beyond the fiscal year. But I always try to track where we're at in the fiscal year and where we're at on these goals as well. So we are approximately 30, not quite 30% into the fiscal year, about 30% into the fiscal year. So I want to see that we're at least 30% on these as well. But again, some of these continued over from last year. They're multi-year goals, actions as well. But then the public would be able to click on any one of these and go into each action item underneath that goal. So under stormwater management policy and funding mechanism, you can click down further into that. So on this one in particular, we wanted to identify a funding source. We wanted to discuss with PSB a total cost agreement. So this breaks it down into specific action items under each goal. So you'll see right now, we've been waiting for analysis from PSB on the legal framework and cost sharing. PSB has given us some of the cost sharing information. We're now waiting on the legal framework, which they're supposed to have completed. They actually, I understand, have it. They're supposed to be sending it to us over this last week, and they may have, but I've been out, as you know, but I don't believe they have, but I'll be following up on that to make sure we do have that legal framework. And then we'll bring that to the court for further discussion to see if this is a direction the court wants to go. But these are the specific steps that are underneath that goal that staff is working on. And that's going to be the case for every one of these action items. Downtown jail direction and study, you'd be able to go in and see where we're at on this one. There are some notes that are supposed to be showing, but we haven't added them to the public yet. For example, on this one, I have a note in there that says that this item will be on the Commissioner's Court agenda for the award of the contract no later than February 4th for the jail study. So we need to make sure we get those notes added where the public can see them. But you can see what has been completed and what is in progress. Future wastewater water business. This is where we are looking at possibly divesting our water system and wastewater system to another entity to take over, to purchase from us at our current debt cost. And we've been working with PSB. We actually are working with another entity as well to get proposals to see their interest in assuming our water and wastewater system. And so we have submitted the letter of interest to PSB for acquisition of the system. Medical contract for jail. I'm not sure why this isn't updated because I've updated it on my side. So I'm not sure why on the test site, it may have been after they uploaded the test site and the test site is still stagnant, but it will be updated to live. So obviously the court's already made a decision on this. We've already negotiated the final contract. We've already awarded, and now the only thing that's pending is implementation, which will be in place before June 1st of 2019, maybe sooner.
Let's discuss that with the sheriff's history.
Downtown Administration Building, as you know, this is on your agenda today. It'll be discussed in executive session as a possible contract for acquisition of property. So you can see where we're at in the process. And this is going to be the case for every single activity in the plan. We are also working on the County Coliseum Amphitheater Report and Direction. This is where we're doing a market study. We're preparing the specs right now to go out and do a market study to assess with the current venues that are available in the market, how competitive is the Coliseum? Is there a demand for the Coliseum? What could we do to impact that demand if the Coliseum is going to continue to be operated as a venue? What could help improve that? Like what's missing in the market that we could possibly fulfill? I know in my discussions with Brian Kennedy, there are some things that we could do to the Coliseum to make it more user-friendly and more attractive. Something as simple as adding dressing rooms and things of that nature. Then also, the court, part of the study would also be to look to see if there is any market to add a venue such as an amphitheater, and if so, is there any recommendations on where would it be most profitable to locate a venue like that?
And Betsy, if I can add on the amphitheater, one of the reasons for that location is the possibility of making that a more of a entertainment center than what it is now.
That area of the community, correct. So Now, I will tell you, this slowed down a little bit with some transition in the Economic Development Department, but it is continuing to move. Our staff has created some specs. They've sent them to me. I'm scheduled to meet with Sam and the staff to go over the specs so that we can get that RFQ out. It was originally programmed to be out this month, but we'll be a few weeks behind, but not far. Investment policy refinement, this is in progress. This is where the county is trying to receive more returns on its investments. We're working on getting an investment advisor on contract firm to help us manage our investments. Currently, we've been primarily investing in TextPool and our local savings, basically our local depository.
TextPool Prime and TextPool, with the majority of our investments being in TextPool Prime, which are giving us a higher yield rate right now of 2.6% compared to the treasury rates as of today is your.
So right now, though, we are at the point of PRC. Then we will be doing an award on your agenda, negotiating the contract. What part of this will also be for them to review our investment policy and give us feedback on that so we can update that as well. Information Technology Master Plan, including the cybersecurity plan. This has already been completed, and we are now in the implementation phases of the recommendations. County buildings and facilities upgrade, condition report, plan and funding. This report is, I believe, on the agenda today for presentation by, yes, item 7 on the agenda from Public Works today. And this is just helping us plan for the long-term needs of our facilities and the condition of our facilities. What we know is going to be needed over the next, I think, 20 plus years. Judicial metrics development. These are the judicial metrics that we have been continuing to refine and further develop. We are now down to our own 3 measures, and then we're working through the 10 court tools measures. We have completed all of the court tools measures except for one, which is a new one that they modified. We're working on getting it completed, which is measure 7, which has to do with the collections on fines and fees. But that was revised as part of judicial system reform at a national level. So now we're just working on getting all these reports on our new website. Data performance driven budget refinements. So we have gone out for bid on this particular item unsuccessfully multiple times now. I've spoken to members of the court in the past about possibly taking a current position we have and repurposing that position to help us have a more data-driven budget. The operations analyst position, using it to help us with departments with performance metrics, helping departments create performance metrics, doing spot checks on the metrics that are reported, and then also helping us maintain our progress on the strategic plan, things of that nature. So that's the direction we're looking at going. HR is working on a job description. I'm meeting with them on that, I think, next Monday. So we're moving in that direction to bring a proposal to the court to change how we would do that. Long-term debt policy and plan. Wally has been drafting this plan. He has presented a draft to me. We'll be meeting on that in the next couple weeks. But this is to help us come up with a long-term debt plan to propose to the court and policy to help make long-term finance decisions and to manage the county's debt ratio. And also to align it with our capital needs versus the timing that funding would be available to the court. Comprehensive County Space Master Plan. This is actually tied to the downtown building as well. Our Public Works Department has done a detailed analysis on our space needs and our growth. And so that's what this item is. It's a continuing item that will be directly related to acquisition of space. Hotel occupancy tax policy development. We are already, the court gave direction last year on the use of hotel occupancy tax. Generally, we use it to maintain historic assets in the county and for the Coliseum. We are also, the court asked us to look at adding an element to the policy about the consideration. It's not a firm commitment, but being willing to consider events that use county facilities to host events. So large events that would be hosted possibly at a county facility could qualify for some possible hot funding that meets the statutory requirements. That's, God bless you, that's something that we're bringing back a draft in options for you to consider as far as the policy goes. That is currently underway in the Economic Development Department. It also includes the policy the court adopted a couple years ago that allows small portions of the fund up to $5,000 generally, but we have considered more than that for certain events that really promote heritage tourism. And then the internal capital asset management, this was completed. This is a list of all of our capital assets and the management of those that Public Works presented last year. So that's everything that's under the financial sound county government goal. And then we have strong growing economy, Mission Trail Master Plan, direction and funding. This is currently underway. We've hired a consultant. They're working on the plan currently. They've already done community outreach, had some public meetings and allowed the community to participate in the planning. Faven's Airport Business Master Plan and Improvement Projects. This is underway. We're working with UTEP. We are doing our own separate business master plan, and then UTEP is now at the point of being ready to move forward on their portion of the master plan. Sports soccer fields for tournaments and direction and funding. This was working with FC Locomotive. Before they were announced, we were looking at possible fields that we would be able to use for both tournaments and to help them in their development as well. They are still interested in working with us, but have put this on the back burner while they assess future sites for their home field. Economic Development Performance Reporting and Action Plan. We now have a report that we presented to the court that shows what the current 381s are and how they're performing and where we're at on their payments and what their future payments are projected to be. We are also now doing an additional deeper dive beyond what was originally in this to go back and look backwards at when past 381s were proposed. What were they supposed to do? What was the projected property value going to be? And did they meet them? So as Wally mentioned, we're finishing up the DoubleTree. Did it do everything that it was projected to do? Did we pay everything that we were projected to pay, or did our payments? And that's a particular one where our payments were set. But there's some where it's based on a percentage. And what are those looking like versus actual versus what was projected? Comprehensive County Historic Asset Master Plan. This one we prepared an RFP. It has been placed on hold by the court pending our work with the city on updating the ordinance. It's also impacting our downtown historic district survey. So that one is currently on hold pending the work with the city on that ordinance. The city has been hesitant to move forward with any ordinance changes with their pending lawsuit. Cross-border survey, we have secured a portion of the funding. We need to continue to secure additional partners to complete that survey. Airport planning and zoning, this Public Works is working on looking at a RFP to bring a planner in. This is where we have the ability to plan on the property to actually have planning and zoning on the property surrounding the airport so that development does not occur that would inhibit our ability for future expansion or future development of our own airport. We don't expect any high-rise buildings anytime soon in Havens. You don't want that, something like that, that would inhibit the development of the airport.
Even the type of projects that you can have there depend on how close the
Right,
developments are.
and like residents, you don't want residents necessarily, if we get to the point that we can have jet, certain levels of jet activity, it's not wise to have residents abutted right up to, and we already have some of that there now. Business retention and expansion plan, this has been completed, the plan's been completed. We also had meetings on that. It's been presented to Commissioners Court and adopted, so that one is complete. The Downtown Heritage Survey, we already have we've already issued an RFP, we've already entered a contract. We're in phase 1 of this survey. However, the court put this on hold pending this change to the city's ordinance. The city has an ordinance right now that puts a burden on any property owner in an H overlay district. If we designate this a historic district once the survey is complete, it would impact property owners, and the court did not want to do that unless there was some indication that if it's a non-historic or a non-contributing property, the court did not want to impact those property owners. The current city ordinance would impact those property owners. So we've been working with the city, that's where they have said we want to put it on hold pending the outcome of our lawsuit. And then our investment zone, the county has 8 investment zones. We had a promotion program. We continue to promote those investment zones, but we specifically went out and did community meetings as part of this goal to promote those investment zones. And those promotions we've already seen returns, like working closely with Horizon in the downtown area. Those promotions have paid off, and we need to continue to do the promotion to keep those investment areas as viable opportunities. Goal number 3, professional effective county organization. This is where, this one here was City of El Paso Strategy and Action Plan. Again, I've updated it on the live side. It's not showing here. The Judge Vogt and I met with the mayor and the city manager. We went over the topics that were on the action items, on the major topics that the court had given some input on, and then the county thought we would have a joint meeting with the city. The mayor seemed not to think that we could do more on those topics without a joint meeting, and so he farmed them out to basically individuals. He had the city manager designate certain individuals to work with county staff on those topics. And we can revisit that list of topics during the strategic planning as well. Some of them are like economic development, the issue with the PSB and anything that they can do to help us with the water and the stormwater items. County Housing Authority, City Housing Authority merge. County Management Employee Training Development Program expansion and funding. The court dedicated the funding for this, and the training needs have been assessed, and HR is already implementing the actual training calendar to meet those needs. Auditing Operation Internal Controls Risk Assessment Report. This one is underway. Mr. Dion and I have finalized the specs. I have the final changes to make based on feedback both from Deborah and Mr. Dion, and then it'll be to purchasing, and I expect it to be out no later than mid-February, or to purchasing to release no later than mid-February. And this is where we're going to bring in an outside agency to help us address policies and procedures to address internal controls and areas of risk in our operations in the county, and also to auditor also added on and received funding to do an assessment in his office for similar types of procedures and staffing issues and assess how he has dedicated staffing in the current time. They'll get back their portion of the report. The report that concerns his office will go to himself and the district judges. The other section that concerns our internal controls will come to me, which of course I'll share with the court. Jury selection process. This is something that Commissioner Leon has worked with the judiciary on, and just generally how can we refine our jury selection process and the action that any actions we can take to help minimize the impact on jurors and basically and on our facilities. Also, I do know that Michael Cucaro has worked with Judge Trejo on this, and they've been looking at other agencies. The judiciary is creating a juror instructional video that'll be used to help make it a simpler process for jurors to understand as well.
And also, Betsy, if I can add, there's some operational issues that the county's already doing to make the flow quicker, and some signage that's been taken care of also to keep the traffic from backing up. And there's more as we go into the near future.
Yes. Voting centers, election equipment upgrade. Okay, so this election equipment upgrade, direction of funding, court allocated funding. We already have identified the equipment, and this purchase is already underway. International Metro Relations and Organization. Commissioners Court did dedicate some funding for this. It's not sufficient enough funding for the entire operation. We need other partners to work with us to help fund a bi-national effort. I've had some recent discussions with the city that have indicated that they may be also interested in partnering with us. We do believe that there would also be other entities who might be interested in also participating in this. Even possibly Ciudad Juarez or
we're working on Doña Ana County and Las Cruces.
Other regional partners as well. Building facility security audit and plan. This is where we're working on and addressing the security of both this building and the MDR and what we can do. This is part of working on Senate Bill 42 with the judiciary. It's also, we're working on, Mr. Sully was here, but we're also looking at the security systems and videos and lighting and things of that nature. We've already made some improvements at the MDR building. Everything from, employee access points. The court also funded a position through the sheriff's office to do security for both the commissioner's court on Mondays and for doing rounds of our buildings. We've had issues with people loitering, homeless loitering in our stairwells. We've had a few employees have incidents with people at the buildings. So that was what was being addressed under this item. Criminal Justice Action Plan reports and implementations. Joel has given a report to Commissioner's Court on this. The court also provided additional staffing to address some of the ongoing needs, and this again is part of our, I'm going to click into this one. We also hired our data analyst, but this has been part of our overall justice system reforms that we've been working on. Our data validation, our risk assessments, things of that nature for pretrial. It does say hire a new leadership team, which we have just now hired Scott, so that portion will also be marked as complete. I apologize for this taking so long. It's just I want you all to be really aware of these, that what's pending now as you head in to this next cycle. County Employee Recruitment and Retention Plan. The court funded this. It's already been implemented. And I will tell you, even this morning when we were introducing Scott Lynn, we heard his feedback about how professional the recruitment process was. One of the outside interview panel members that we brought in was here this morning at the meet and greet, and he mentioned how impressed he has been. He's sitting on another recruitment panel for another agency, and he said the difference between the way the county had it so structured, so ready, so able to assess the candidates compared to what he's seeing with the other experience he's going through, that it's just night and day. And so really proud of the work that we're doing in our employee recruitment and retention plan. Veterans Board direction, we actually have, this is where we've been working on the board description and board purposes. The board is actually meeting to go over this as well in their next meeting to set themselves some actual parameters. We'll be bringing this back to the court. Roland has worked on a board description. It's a little off base from what the court originally had discussed, but it's we'll be refining it and bringing it forward to the court for further consideration. And to look at whether or not this board at some point should have a sunset provision. We've also considered looking at the possibility of having a joint Veterans Advisory Board with the city versus each entity having its own separate one. IT operating platform, new county domain migration. This is underway. The hardware's already been procured. We're now in the service procurement elements of this plan, but it is underway. Customer service request system. This is similar to a 311 system. The county is in the process of obtaining software. It's basically see, click, fix. So you see a problem in the community, you take a picture of it, it notifies us, and then we have a ability to fix it. We're starting with specific elements. This will be street signs down and potholes. And once we have those mastered, we'll look at adding the next most common occurrences of things that the community sees and wants addressed. But I've also worked with the department that before we add more on, we have to have our own internal policies on what is our response times, how soon will these be addressed. And so we're trying to take a very methodical approach to this so that our service levels are clearly defined and that we don't that we meet the public's expectations and the public knows what to expect from us. Our mother-friendly worksite plan and policies, those have been adopted, and now we're actually in the midst of buying 2 pods that will be placed in the courthouse that are basically rooms for mothers to either pump or breastfeed, whether they're a juror or an employee, that they would be able to use. One more goal to go. Our final goal is vibrant community. The action items that are underneath vibrant community is our community infrastructure improvement plan. That item is on your agenda today. You'll be getting a report from Public Works. Regional transit entity direction. Court has already given us direction on this. Now we are working with the other municipalities on participating in the options that are available to have a regional transit entity. Road pavement management program. This is phase 2 of the program, which is the county received funding to actually get a pavement management system. We are looking, the next phase would be to actually implement and report and then create policy recommendations for the court to consider based on those reports. How to allocate our funding that we do. We have limited funding, and we have obviously great needs, and so this will help us in creating a policy approach to addressing those needs. Illegal dumping problem analysis report with options and directions. This is one Commissioner Pettis has worked on, and part of this, one of the things that will be out in the highlights that we send out, Joel will be sending out highlights for me tomorrow, or an update for you all tomorrow. And in that update, it'll include, this year we will have 17 opportunities for the community to drop off and dispose of waste tires, items that normally are often dumped illegally. And so this will be the most opportunities we've ever had in a year. I think the most in the past was 8 times. So this year we're going to be up to 17 opportunities for the public to dispose of their trash. Existing county regional parks plan, the court gave us direction and approval on this late last year. We've identified some priorities that we're working on allocating existing funds to. There are several projects in this plan that are not funded that we'll need to revisit with the court specifically as we move forward. Housing assistance, this is more the direction on the housing authority and the county's role. We are bringing back an update on that on Monday on the timeline on looking at the housing authority merge. Pipelines, road cuts, this was done as part of budget this year. This was policy and fees that the county needed to implement. Subdivision regulations, this is actually underway. Norma updated this, I think, since this was made. But the subdivision regulations, we're in the process of updating those. We're working closely with the city because they're also doing an update of theirs. And so we want to explore the option of possibly partnering on who we use to help update both on the city side and on our side to make it easier for developers. Mercury issues, we've had mercury issues at the medical examiner's office. We've created a solution. Multiple solutions have been tried. We have a solution now that we believe is working, but we're having to do a little bit additional fabrication to that solution to make it feasible both from a maintenance standpoint and a cost standpoint. But we're just testing to continue to make sure that it continues to work. The golf course evaluation report and direction, we provided this report to the court. It did show that the demand for the golf course, right now there's been a slight tick up in demand. However, the cost of operating the golf course versus the revenue received we're definitely in the red. But you generally don't see parks operate at a surplus, but normally when you think of a park, there's not a private entity out there providing a park because they're not generally profitable. But there are for-profit golf courses, and we have actually a pretty high number of golf courses in the community. So this is one where we have presented the report, the findings to the court, but it does seem like there may be more analysis that the court would like to have looking into operating a golf course. Our operation of the golf course. And that is the final action item that is under our current strategic plan. I do believe that this next cycle of strategic planning, the court's going to focus at a large, like a 50,000 foot policy level of like what are the areas we want to work on. These action items that I just went through are something that I imagine staff will come back, court will identify some goals and some objectives, and then the staff will actually go work on things that we would do as an action item to support those objectives, and then bring that back to you after you've adopted you would adopt your plan. Then staff would bring back some proposals for you for action items to support that plan and for the court to consider. But once we go through, I've already found one small typo in our notes in here. But that's the purpose of a few weeks of internal review of this, so that anyone internally can give us feedback. Once we make those changes, we'd have this available for the public to see as well. Are there any questions?
Betsy, from my understanding, this is a direct link to the previous strategic planning?
This is an outcome. This is specifically what came out of the last.
So that we know what's pending, what's open, what needs to be closed, and so forth.
Yes, sir. And some of the things that I'll always ask the court about to be cognizant of as you add on additional projects. We need help from the court on prioritizing what we're currently using our resources on. Do we continue doing these and add on, or does the court want to change directions? Some of these we have significant investment in, and I would not recommend we change direction. I don't think the court necessarily would be interested in changing direction, but just want you to be cognizant of that our resources are dedicated to some of these now, and as new ones come on, we'll need time to adjust to our resources.
Yeah, I asked the question because maybe it changed, but when I spoke to David, he hadn't thought or hadn't looked at the previous strategic plan, so I just wanted to make sure that
I had
there's
shared
some
it with
linkage.
him. I'd shared it with him originally and then recently as well.
Okay. The other one, if you could debrief me, I'm getting a lot of feedback from that there's that the attitude of the city housing authority is that they're moving forward as if we've already made agreements, and so there's been comments from the community that they're making comments about already having that it's a done deal kind of thing. So just if you could look into that as we approach that particular subject.
Definitely. We are under the very clear understanding that the court could go any direction. It's still an undecided matter, but we are continuing to collect. There's a timeline that we'll be bringing back to the court on Monday based on previous direction we received from the court.
I think in one particular was an agency that said, I understand you guys are no longer going to have the housing, and so there seemed to have been a discussion with the city housing. So I think it behooves them and us that there's not that kind of information out there.
Yes, sir. Are there any other questions?
Commissioners? No? Betsy, thank you.
Thank you all so much. And if you don't mind, I'd like to be excused.
Yes.
Did you want to go back to a regular order?
Yes, we did.
That's our condolences to you.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Item number 4, pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code Section 114.023, 114.024, 114.025, and 114.026, please accept the attached presentation and the interim financial report for the month ended December 31st, 2018. The interim financial report is located on the internet at http://epcounty.com/auditor/publications/monthly-reports.htm.
Good morning, Judge Commissioners. Good morning. Jim Novak, County Auditor's Office, Financial Reporting and Analysis Audit, Division Manager. And I'm here to give you the report on our interim financial report. Our condensed financial report, this will be published it's supposed to be published in the newspaper this Sunday. We have had some issues with getting it published. We are trying to resolve those issues through purchasing.
And there's no requirement that it be published prior to you all discussing the report. Just needs to be in the paper and it'll get there. Normally we put it before it's presented.
Our month-to-date revenues we have collected in December is $87 million, with $74 million being in the general fund. We have year-to-date a total of $117 million, $92 million in the general fund. We collected is about 80% of our $92 million on the general fund within December. Is property taxes. We have collected $77 million in this year compared to 64 in the prior year, for a $13 million increase. Our other significant increase is sales tax. We have collected $7.9 million compared to $7.6 million in the prior year, $297,000 increase in sales tax collected in October and remitted to the county in December. Charges for services were down compared to the prior year. We had collected 3.5 million in 19 compared to 5.3 in the prior year, which gives us a loss of 1.8 compared to the prior year.
Jim and Ed, that's a timing difference in the reimbursements from the
Yes,
federal
that is
to
a
the U.S.
timing.
Marshals contract. So it's not a true revenue down. It's a timing difference in that delay in federal reimbursement. And on the property tax up top, as I noted in my presentation, starting off with that $13 million, a portion of that is new tax revenue because of increased values. A larger portion of that is a timing difference in getting earlier remittance from the city of El Paso. So
every year it seems to, they've gotten better.
It
They're
ebbs and
giving us
flows.
more, but it changes.
Probably one of the better remittance years we've had as far as timing in their turning over the revenues.
Yeah, and our actual remittance of this revenue is, it came in right at the end of the year, within the last days of December. So it really was a boost compared to prior years, but we got a little bit earlier, but not as much. Sales interest, we have collected in 19 is $438,000 from the general fund compared to the prior year of $187,000, for an increase of $251,000. And then other financing sources is this year we only had $11,000 compared to $474,000.
That's timing also.
And that's timing on that one too.
And I know what we did there is that we basically were transferring funds when they need to get transferred, not just doing a true transfer, so that we can keep more money in general fund to earn interest.
Breakdown of revenue to the budget is, as you can see here, the revised budget amount for property taxes, $169 million. We've collected $77 million, which is 46% of it. We collect the majority of our property taxes from late December through about mid to end of February. Our interest we budgeted is $2.8 million. We've collected within the first 3 months is $438,000. Again, there's another breakdown of our revenue. We have basically the collections are a little bit higher than 18, a little bit lower than 17 as percentage wise to budget. Property tax collections have spiked up. In 17, we had a timing difference where we didn't receive property tax until January. So we had that big timing difference. That's why you see a 40% increase for 18 and a 46% increase for 19. Sales and use tax, if you look at that one, it's basically about the same. In 17, we had received in is 7.3 million compared to 18, 7.6 million, and 19 is 7.9 million. Our expenditures is county overall expenditures for the month was 25 million. 20 million of that was general fund. Year to date, We have spent 69 million, and 54 of that was the general fund. This just gives you another view of our expenditures month to month compared to the prior year as a rolling average and as a monthly expenditure. You'll see that in October we spent slightly higher than we did in the prior year. November we spent slightly lower, and in December we spent slightly higher than in the prior year. Breakdown of our expenditures by type is personnel, salaries, and benefits. For 19 was 44 million compared to 42 million the prior year. A change of 1.7 million. Our overall expenditures for operating was 10.2 million compared to 7.6 in the prior year, an increase of 2.6 million. And that's basically timing of when people are spending their budget. Capital outlay expenditures. As you can see, we expended 58,000 so far this year compared to 178. Again, it's timing. Transfers out. We transferred out $4,000, whereas in 18 we had transferred nothing by this time. So it's just a little transfer issue, timing issue on the transfers. Another look at our percentage of budget. In 19, we have spent 17% of our budget so far, compared to 18, where we had spent 16%. Breakdown of our current year's expenditures is public safety is our largest category, being 37% of that 17%. Administration of justice is our next highest category. General government is 23%, and in all other functions is 4.3%. Our expenditures by function of government under the general fund. As general government, we have a budget of 102 million. We've spent 5.5 for the period, 12.9 for the year. Administration and justice, we have a 71.9 million budget. Period, we've spent 4.9. Year to date, we've spent 13.4 million. Public safety, we have a budget of 125 million. Month for the period, we have spent 9.6. For the year to date, we've spent 25.8 million. Healthcare, health and welfare, we have spent 8.5. We have a budget of 8.5. We've spent 378,000 for the month and 1.1 million for the year. Community services, we budgeted as 401,000. We have spent nothing so far. Community resource development is budgeted 2.3 million. We've spent for the month 57,000, 175,000 for the year. Culture and recreation, we have budgeted for spending is 7.4 million. For the month, we've spent 362,000 and 1,000,001 for year to date. Public works, we have a budget of 246,000. For the month, we've spent 14,000. For the year, we've spent 31. And then as we go back into our fund balance, this is the same presentation as Edward had presented earlier.
And nothing's changed there, but my presentation was based off of the December numbers.
So, any questions?
Commissioner?
Just a possible suggestion, and going back to various categories where we have administration of justice, general government, I think it's always a good reminder to what particular entities fall within those categories, because as we explain the budget to our constituents, it's I guess in the administration of justice we have all the courts, and I would imagine the county attorney, DA, public defenders, but it's just hard to recall all those. In resource management or resource, I couldn't even tell you what's under there. Same thing with community service. So it's just helpful if maybe we can get a breakdown, perhaps, of what each of those categories are, so we can probably internalize it a little bit more. I don't know if that'd be a budget function or audit, but even if it was just a legend at the beginning.
Okay, you want that in the presentation?
I
think there's a link to the web that shows the detailed reports, but we can do a synopsis of it here.
Okay.
If you want, but I think the details is by function.
Okay.
In the report, and I'll double check that. We'll take that into the report in a synopsis level, but we'll make sure that also it's in the detailed reports where it'll categorize public safety and it'll list all the major categories.
So right now, do we have the ability to go in and click, and let's say if we wanted to see how much the expenditure was for the DA's office, could we do that?
Okay, I'm not sure if it'll come down. We're going to roll something out to you all in the near future.
Okay.
It's called what's that new system that Michael Lamas is working on?
Pulse reports.
It's Pulse, and it does exactly what you're saying. You go to public safety, you click it, and then it'll drop down and give you what you want live on the system. And it won't be the end of a month necessarily. It'll just show you what the expenses to date have been by those categories. And maybe we can at some point bring it in as part of the monthly. Maybe set it up to where, because we're at some point we're going to do the transparency for the public to be able to go in and look at our data on a regular basis. It won't be live in our system, and that's one of the modules that we're purchasing as part of our agreement on the ERP, is to have that portal for transparency, which
for the
will
citizen
basically do what you're asking.
That's our next module we want to start working on and rolling out, so that
But
the public at large has that ability to go public safety. Oh, that's the sheriff's. When we look at the sheriff's, oh, that's the jails. Why is the downtown jail this or the jail annex that? So that they can drill down into.
Yeah, but that's an excellent point to start transitioning into it. We'll start getting that detail into the report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Commissioners? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Can we have a motion to accept the report?
So moved. Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 5, receive an update and overview of the Criminal Justice Coordination Department.
With that presentation. It's not right.
No, that's what I have in the backup.
Okay.
You have a different one?
Yeah, there was one that was supposed to have been uploaded. I don't know where Ramon is, but yesterday.
Would you like to? Do we have the group here for item 6? If you just want to move to another one really quickly, so we can get the right presentation up.
Sure. That's okay. Well, and I can go off this one if the court hasn't had time to review the updates. I can just present off this, but there was a number of important data updates that I think the court would be interested in. So,
you want to do a 5-minute recess real fast for health? Yeah. We haven't done a recess yet, just to give everyone a quick little health break, and then we'll get the current one up.
Sure. I think the correct one is online.
Is it? Yeah. Hop online.
I'm okay with it. Great too.
Yeah. Take a recess. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, court will recess for 5 minutes.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to open session. Item number 5, receive an update and overview of the Criminal Justice Coordination Department.
Good morning, Commissioners. Joel Bishop with County Administration. I'm privileged to give an update on the Criminal Justice Coordination Department, which has been a primary strategic item for the Commissioners for the past several years. But before I get into this, I would like to officially introduce the new Criminal Justice Coordination Department Director, Scott Lynn. Scott, if you'll come up. Scott Lynn has a long history in leadership, not only in El Paso, but around the world. He's worked in over 80 different countries for the federal government. Yeah, he was a chief of staff here at the Intelligence Center in El Paso for a number of years. He has roots in El Paso. He loves it here. He wants to stay here with his family. He's been here for about 6 years. Great leadership background, great public safety background. We're very privileged to have Scott Lynn on board, and I wanted to open it for him to say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Thank you for your time today. This is week 3 for me, and I've been honored to work in various positions that lend to bringing a different type of leadership to this particular position. As the director of a fusion cell in the Middle East for a couple of years, I was able to work with stakeholders throughout the world. And the one thing that I think I've brought to the majority of the, if not all of the judges that I've had the opportunity to meet with thus far in the 3 weeks, is that we are committed to ensure that them as key stakeholders are presented everything that they need as quick as we can. We're meeting on a daily basis with all the individuals that are their coordinators, and we're going to ensure that everything is transparent. We're going to report to you as need be, and I'm looking forward to this particular position. One of the things I learned about leadership a long time ago with DOJ is sit down with the workers as quick as you can. So I've taken about the past 2.5 weeks to meet with about 90% of the staff that work in the department, sitting down individually with them, interviewing them, asking them questions such as how long have they been with county, what did they do before the county, how long have they been with the CJC, what are we doing well related to their position, what are we not doing so well. And within those 5 to 15 minute interviews, I've learned quite a lot. So what we're going to do is we're going to take some of that information and try to start making some very small changes. It's obvious to me that Mr. Bishop, under the direction of Betsy's done a fantastic job. I feel honored to be coming at this particular time because I think a lot of the hard work is already behind us. I think El Paso, which I'm proud to be here, is going to be at the tip of the spear as far as pretrial services. The one thing that I'm going to try to do is make moves that will have greater impact, one of those being filling vacancies. We currently have 6 or 7 positions that are open. Within the next 30 days in the department, we'll have those filled. 3 of those filled, and then within the next 60 days, we're rewriting a few of them to get some different type of talent based on these interviews. We should have the remaining of those filled. 1 of those, maybe 2 of those being at the supervisory level. I'm excited about that. I'm excited about some of the things that Sheriff Wiles has said to us in the last couple of days to commit to a full-time deputy within the satellite booking office. I think these are the tweaking that we can make to bring the caseload down for some of the officers over at intake. In 2017, there were over 500 defendants brought in through the satellite booking, and then in 2018, there were over 700, so about a 26% increase. Based on having a full-time deputy in there, I think that's going to cause us to hopefully double that, and what that means from our intake process is giving those who need more time over at the jail to take the time that's needed. We're looking at a couple of different options. Not that I have all the answers, but based on these interviews, we need to get a better grasp of our document control. The way we're going to do that, quite simply, is monitoring how long it takes for our officers to do different things. So, for example, when someone comes into intake, they're going to be writing what time they start that process, what time they end that process, and based on some of the things that Betsy said earlier about strategic planning, with our researchers being in-house, we can look at those time spans and see where we're too slow. And we're going to be doing that on a daily basis. I'm really excited about the opportunity. I thank Joel for giving me some time, because I know he's got a real big agenda here to discuss with you. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So, we'll talk more about what satellite booking is and here in a minute. So before I get going, I did want to just mention that what you're about to see is a result of really two phases of decisions by the Commissioners Court. The original decision was to really take some aggressive steps back in 2015 to form the department and also the magistrates and larger systemic reform it represented incredible foresight by the Commissioners Court, because this was before the litigation started spreading across Texas, and there was litigation in other parts of the country, but since the Commissioners Court took these actions, 3 other counties have been sued based on these pretrial practices, and really the court here should be commended for taking action that really preempted much of the problems that other counties are having. And then the second phase, last year we did a reorg, and as part of that, you approved us to hire some data analysts and put more of those resources, reallocate some of those resources to that front end and to data analysis, which was largely lacking. As I stood before you last year at this time, I didn't have hardly any information, data and outcomes, and now I have a significant amount of information, very good information. But I would qualify, it's just the beginning. I think a year from now, I'm hoping that I'll chuckle at this level of information because it will be that far ahead. These guys have done such a great job. Our data analysts are in here, our managers, the staff. This represents a lot of work on their part, and I wanted to recognize that. So first of all, I wanted to mention to the court, some of the new members aren't quite as familiar with the CJC as the others, but the primary missions and purpose of the CJC is to enhance pretrial public safety. And that's providing risk assessments to judges who have to make these bond decisions and valuable background information. So the staff, as people are coming into the jail on new charges, they're going to get a criminal history on that person that they didn't get before. They're going to get a risk assessment that's empirically based, and I'll talk about that more in a minute, but that's predictive of future rearrest or flight risk. And that's information that the judges can have to help make a safer decision about that individual. They're going to get information about indigence, which is required by law, that has to be assessed. And then they're also going to get satellite booking services and now research services to measure these outcomes. We also have a supervision division that's supervising over 4,000 defendants right now in the community. And so I wanted to talk about the growth. You'll see some of the trends here and some of the resource needs potentially in the future. Little history, again, the department was implemented in October of 15 with really a full-out implementation there in January of 2016. And one thing to keep in mind, that the overall budget's about $2.7 million now. For the department, there's 42 staff. As part of the reorg last year, I decreased that from 44 staff down to 42, but we reallocated some of those resources to the front end. And when this department was created, it utilized pre-existing positions, largely in the majority of the positions that were created at different, the Sheriff's Department, probation, and others. Positions that the county was already funded were used to create the majority of these positions. So when you hear that budget of the department, you need to understand that money was already being spent. It was just, there was a strategy of a pretrial services department that was created by the county, which was very appealing to me as I was looking at this from the outside at the time. This was an independent department under county administration was created to form a pretrial services, and that is a best practice. That was a good way to do it, to put it under the county government as you look at how these are formed across the country. There was a focus at the time on risk assessment implementation, getting that in place, indigent assessment and supervision services. And this coincided with the 24-hour magistrate system. So the county wanted to have these defendants, as they come in, assessed very quickly. And one of the unique things about El Paso is that we do, these defendants are seen by a magistrate even before they're booked into the jail. So the first stop is the CJC, who does a risk assessment, criminal history. They give that information to the magistrate who can review it and review bond right at that time. And that makes El Paso pretty unique, not only in Texas, but in the country. There's very few other jurisdictions that are doing that. And then the department was created as a best practice. This was well researched. The court researched this very well. They looked at national standards and best practices, and they formed it in accordance with that, created a good structure. One of the quotes, I just included a quote from the Fifth Circuit in the Harris County lawsuit. And one of the things that counties, cities and counties have to keep in mind all over the country as this litigation is playing out is that people cannot be held in jail simply because they can't afford a bond. There must be a public safety or flight risk declaration of some sort that's in line with pre-existing laws. And so that's what's getting cities and counties is where poverty-based detention. And that becomes the issue. That's certainly the issue in the litigation going on in Texas. I do think it was an issue in El Paso before this was created. And I want to show some of the data you're going to see here is how drastically some of that these practices changed after the reform efforts of the county. So you have the Fifth Circuit ruling this. It's consistent with other rulings around the U.S. when cities and counties are being sued. I know Harris County recently stopped fighting the lawsuit. They've spent about $9 million to try to fight it, and now they're just conforming to the very similar practices that El Paso implemented several years ago. So as part of the response. So as you think of the CJC, this is just one piece of a much bigger picture in pretrial justice that the court, I hope, will carefully consider, especially over the next year as we think about other needs that in the future of what's going to happen in pretrial in El Paso. The next slide, you will see this is research that began in 2013. This was national research done on something like 70,000 defendants, published by the Laura and John Arnold Foundation. And what this shows very simply is that in low-risk individuals, and these would be defined as individuals who are having some of their first contact with the justice system. They're lower risk to have recidivism. They're first-time offenders who likely won't reoffend in the future. And the only common denominator that this study found regarding recidivism, and this was 2-year recidivism, was the length of time they spent in the jail in that low-risk group. So you'll see how recidivism jumped up based on the amount of time that they were in jail. And this was an important study that really challenged a lot of thinking. So when you think of the litigation, we don't want people sitting in there simply because we can't afford a bond. Now we have research that's supporting this, saying, hey, and if they do, you could actually be increasing your systemic reoffense and recidivism if the wrong people are populating those jail beds. So part of this is to make sure our jail, it's not to empty the jail, it's just to make sure we have the right people in jail and that the wrong people aren't there. And some of the wrong people, from a macro perspective, are these low-risk individuals. It is not good for them to sit in jail. So the next slide is interesting. I asked our researchers last year when the court conducted a study through Dr. Fabello's group to look at recidivism in El Paso on every jail release. And one of the things I wanted to know is if this trend was consistent in El Paso. And so what we found in El Paso was a very similar trend in recidivism. You see that low-risk group recidivism is increasing the longer they're in jail, except the difference in El Paso's group was it was seen across every risk level of defendant. Even the high-risk group, you saw an increase in recidivism. This is 3-year recidivism, to the point that we can say almost 3 in 4 defendants in El Paso in that very high-risk group who stay in jail for 31 days or longer will reoffend in a 3-year follow-up period. One of the conclusions in Dr. Fabello's study was that costs El Paso about $8 million a year, over $8 million a year, the recidivism that happens here in El Paso. So another way we looked at it was by bond type. What was happening by those who were getting out on cash bond, commercial bond, PR bond. And again, you see days in jail and recidivism, and you see that trend flow across bond type, regardless of what kind of bond they post. You see an increase in recidivism based on the longer time they spend in jail. And this is a really important concept to keep in mind as we're looking and trying to infer causality behind some of the outcomes that we're going to see here. The researchers from Dr. Fabello's group through Meadows in 2018, based on 2011 to 2014 recidivism in El Paso. So this is pre-reform recidivism rates you're seeing. They said increasing the number of defendants released on personal bond and releasing them from jail as quickly as possible may potentially have a significant impact on recidivism and reduce jail costs at the same time. And they also said providing the adequate risk-based supervision for those on pretrial release may have positive effects on outcomes and potentially reduce county jail costs. These should be primary goals of the present pretrial reforms, and they certainly are. The advantage to this research that was done is El Paso is directly compared to Harris County, Dallas County, Bexar County, and other counties in recidivism rates. And they were able to look at programs that were a little ahead of ours that had strategic supervision strategies for release, they saw impacts on recidivism that they thought were potentially related to that. So we're going to talk a little bit about how we're adjusting our practices there as well. So this slide's kind of the department overview at a glance. I know it's a very busy slide, but what you're going to see here is just the primary data from each division in the department at a glance. And you'll see our pretrial interviews in 2018. We conducted over 13,000 risk assessments, and that's a direct interview with the defendant where a risk assessment is provided to a judge. Over 19,000 indigent interviews to determine indigent status. And there's 12 staff in that division with an estimated cost off rate of about $634,000. And you'll see the outcomes of those indigent assessments. You'll see one thing to keep in mind is that 80 to 90% of El Paso's population is scoring as indigent on that jail intake. You're seeing a large amount of indigent population. That'll tie into when you start thinking of more PR bonds, more PR bond forfeitures, and then the inability to collect that because most of these people are indigent. So we'll talk about that in a few. Our research, you can see that we've hired a data analyst. We're able to start digging into research that we weren't able to get before. And what you're seeing there is the levels of risk based on our current risk assessment of those entering the jail on new charges. And so that's what that graph is down there on your bottom left. And I'll talk about that more in a few because that's an important metric to keep our handle on, especially as we adjust our risk assessment. Our risk assessment, it was very, very important that we locally validate a pretrial risk assessment. And we are right in the final stages of finishing that project. At least stage one. We will begin another research project this year to revalidate it with a bigger data group as well. And I'll get into those outcomes with the court, which are very intriguing. The satellite booking, which you heard Scott mention a few minutes ago, you'll see that the cost avoidance, we had 725 bookings, and that avoided the cost, that booking cost, of about $100,000 above and beyond the cost to operate the program. And that's downstairs on the lower level. And it's a great concept. This was just a brilliant idea to implement an alternative booking location to avoid the process of bringing some defendants into the jail. They have an alternative down here that's much quicker, keeps them out of the jail, saves us those booking costs, a day in jail on average for each one of those defendants. And we would like to see nothing but an expansion of this in cases where it's appropriate. So I think that this is something the sheriff supports it. This will help law enforcement. The more that can be diverted from that booking process, the less wait time for law enforcement. This will help, I think it'll help with outcomes to keep people out of the jail whenever we can as well. So it's a great idea, and it's also saving the county, it's avoiding costs to the county as well from bringing them into the jail. So you'll see our jail analysis up there. There's some primary metrics. We're digging into that much deeper, but you can see that bond types post magistrate booking, you can see a percentage there. They're still mostly cash and surety. And we're reviewing, we have a work group that Judge Trejo is leading that's reviewing these front-end processes. And we may make some adjustments to ensure that we really want to make sure that no one's sitting in jail simply because they can't afford the bond. They need to be in there for a good reason. So, and then the pretrial supervision, these are some of the hardest outcomes to get to. And I would say very few counties in Texas are able to drill into this. into some of these, especially the court appearance rates, because our system just doesn't record. You would think you would be able to query if they showed up to court or not, and Odyssey doesn't do that right now, and neither does most other systems in the United States. So it's becoming a big demand. So this data to get here, when we talk about court appearance rates, how many of these people that get on supervision are failing to appear, you can see it's very good down there. The court appearance rate, 94% of open cases in 2018 through August did not get a warrant for failure to appear. It doesn't mean that they didn't necessarily fail to appear, but it wasn't to the point where the judge issued a warrant for it. And so that's how we were able to measure it with more recent outcomes. 6% did. So those are the supervised cases. 88% did not get a warrant for failure to comply with conditions. 94%, the same rate as the court appearance rate, did not get a warrant for committing a new crime after they were released. So those are some outcomes we're looking at. You will see that change to case closed outcomes in the future as we continue to adjust this. We'll look at closed cases where these cases have had a chance to resolve. That could drop those numbers down, those success rates down a little bit. So as we find an efficient way to do that here in 2019, that's one of our goals. You can see that year-end caseload of 4,268 defendants, and we have down at the bottom 13 officers trying to supervise that many defendants, and you'll see that it's a big workload, and it's something that is increasing, and it's something we're watching very closely. Estimated cost to operate that section is $875,000. So we talk about we have a risk assessment, but what plagues cities and counties across the U.S. isn't so much getting a risk assessment. You can do that, but then what do you do with it? And that's the hard part. It's not just getting a risk score, but then how is that score? What's the strategy to use that score for a judge? And so what this is here, you see, we call it the SMART practice, but what this was implemented October 1, and it was collaboratively developed by judges, district attorneys, public defenders, even Commissioner Haggerty was in that group, helping with this over a period of about 10 months. And the Sheriff's Department was in on this. And what we did was we took the most serious crimes down to what they felt were the least serious crimes, and then those levels of risk, and you create a presumptive recommendation to the court. So if a judge decides that supervision is appropriate, they will be able to assign them an intensive to a light level of supervision based on evidence and the court's preference. And so that's what this represents here. And so this was a big step. This was implemented October 1 in El Paso, and along with the enhanced pretrial services report that summarizes the criminal history for the judges so they can see that all the criminal history without having to flip through a long rap sheet. And they could get a risk assessment score, they get other important information about the defendant's background, and then they can make a good decision about bond for that individual defendant. What this represents is that since October 1, you can see an increase in the caseload, and this is a caseload over time, and not much growth there until October-ish, November. You can see the caseload slightly increasing. Whether this has to do with the SMART practice or not, we aren't completely sure, but you can see here that there's an indication of, we call these indirect cases, those are the lower level supervision, that there are more people being given PR bonds by those magistrates and put on a lower level supervision, which is increasing our workload in the CJC. So we're going to keep a close eye on what's happening there to make sure we have the resources to address it. You could see the importance of this slide based on that matrix I showed you with the levels of supervision. You could see that this is really channeling our precious intensive resources into that higher risk group with the higher stakes crimes. So the lower level of supervision, which is administrative and standard, are the majority of the recommendation or of the assignments that the judges are giving. So this is good because this is making sure that our resources, we don't have that many staff to supervise 4,000 people, so they can focus the intensive resources on the right individuals that our system looks at. So, and you can see here, these are those. This is a slide of those going into the jail. So what are the risk levels of people being arrested, going into the jail? You can see most of them are low or below average based on the current risk assessment. You can see there's a less of a group in the average to higher risk categories. Now that's going to shift a little when we do our validation study, and that'll level out a little bit now that we've validated that assessment. Regarding those who stay in the jail, this is the risk level. This is an indicator of the risk levels of those who aren't able to get out of jail pre-trial. So you see the difference. You could see more of the medium to higher risk are actually staying in the jail versus those who are coming into the jail. So this does show we're moving in a direction toward a higher risk jail population, which is what you want. You want less of the low risk in there, more of the high risk in there. This is data from the county I came from in Mesa County, Colorado, and you can see once you really get to the point where judges are making largely risk-based decisions, your jail population will move into a very high percentage of high-risk people, and that can help improve public safety. So that's kind of the target goal of what we're shooting for. What you're going to see next is the first few months of implementation in 2016. We took cases from them, about 2,000 cases from the first few months, and we did a risk assessment validation project. And the reason we went back to 2016 was because you have to give a couple of years for those cases to resolve so you can get these pretrial outcomes so you can validate the assessment. So here's some highlights from this study. And we are going to do ongoing validation projects, so we will have more updated information. The other important thing to note about this study was that there was still a fixed money bond schedule in place. So that means at this time, the system was operating off of a charge-based money amount that was very common in cities and counties across the United States and in Texas. That's found to be very problematic legally, though it's one of the first things criticized in some of these lawsuits is if a county is functioning off a fixed-based money bond schedule. So in February of 2017, the court got rid of that fixed money bond schedule and implemented ranges, which was a much better model. But so this data was based on, what that you're going to see is not based on how the system necessarily currently operates. So more data is definitely needed. So when we talk about a successful case, we're talking about cases that had no missed court dates, that had no violations of supervision conditions, and had no new crimes. And so that's what we mean when we're talking success. So there's 1,600 cases reviewed, and 68% of those defendants had none of those pretrial failures. So you can see the majority were successful because they did not have any pretrial failures during the entire case period. As part of this validation study, there's a series of, a medical professional may ask you questions and score you on a risk assessment and to get your risk of cancer or whatever health condition there might be, and it's evidence-based, and that's how this risk assessment works. There were, I think, 9 questions that were asked and that created a risk profile. And in this study, we found a couple of those questions were not predictive of pretrial failure, so those questions will be removed in the next phase. So this is kind of a complex looking slide, but what this really shows is from this validation is the current El Paso pretrial risk assessment scores. You can see the low risk and the failure rates associated all the way up through the higher risk. There were 5 different levels. And based on this study, you can see they're moving into 4 levels of risk that really balance out the risk levels of those defendants better. When this was implemented originally, this risk assessment was not validated on El Paso's population, but now it will be. So this is going to give the judges an actual risk profile of each defendant coming into the jail based on El Paso data, which is very good. This is a very good systemic improvement to our system. In 2016, 72% of all bonds in El Paso were either cash or surety, which closely mirrors the fact that 77% of all defendants were released within 1 to 2 days. The only way out of the jail is cash to a bondsman or straight cash. you will see that that's the only way people could be released early at this time. So you'll see the surety was upwards, closely reflected that release date in 1 to 2 days. Pre-reform, before these reforms and through 2014, we don't have 2015 data yet, but we're looking at it. So when we're comparing 2011 through 2014 data to 2016 data, you will see after the court implemented and the county implemented these reforms, there was an 82% decrease in the average days spent in jail on split bonds and a 59% decrease in days spent in jail on PR bonds. So before the reforms, the average person to get a PR bond was in jail for 40 days before they got a PR bond. Now, we know legally that's problematic. That immediately dropped those first 3 months in 2016 to 16 days, a huge decrease. And in split bonds, it was even more dramatic, a significant drop in days in jail post-reform versus pre-reform. The surety and cash stayed about the same. We didn't see much of a change there, but those are the ones getting out the quickest. They're still, based on post-reforms, judges are still using PR bonds to kind of, if a person can't afford the bond, then they wind up getting evaluated later on and then given a PR bond. And so now I think our practices, if I were to predict what this would look like in 2018 data, I would say it's much less than this now. I think we've improved, but we just don't have this level of data yet. That's what I hope to come with you a year from now, to have that data that's more up to speed. So again, you can look at this, and it's the same data in a different way. Average days spent in jail by bond type. So what you see is the type of bond is really predictive of the amount of time that somebody will spend in jail. And that's really all it's predictive of. And this is really a matter at this time of whether or not somebody could afford the bond, and then our process is to try to clean this up later on. So in 2014, only 13% of defendants were released on a split bond in 1 to 2 days. In 2016, 67% of defendants were released on a split bond within 1 to 2 days. That's a huge change, and that's what you can see, the pre-reform versus post-reform. And I think this is the first time the court has ever really seen the effects of the reform efforts that were done earlier on. In 2014, only 7% of defendants were released on PR bond in 1 to 2 days. In 2016, 51% of defendants were released on PR bond in 1 to 2 days. In 2014, 40% of defendants were held longer than 31 days. In 2016, only 14% of defendants were held longer than 31 days. So you see, I would just say you can see an immediate shift in pretrial practices toward what is more legal and evidence-based and aligns with the data and the law. There has been no significant change in days in jail for defendants released on surety, as I mentioned, or cash. That still remains very similar, and they still get out very quickly post-reform. Days spent in jail affects all pretrial failure outcomes. So that's what this study showed. Controlling for different factors, we're seeing that days spent in jail is a significant factor in predicting future pretrial misconduct. And that's including being issued a warrant for failing to appear and being arrested for committing a new crime. A defendant held in El Paso jail for 9 to 15 days is twice as likely to be arrested for pretrial failure than a defendant who was released within 8 days. A level 1 defendant of the lowest risk group, so this is controlling by risk now, held for more than 31 days in El Paso jail is 24 times more likely to be arrested for pretrial failure than a defendant who was released within 8 days. Holding defendants longer than 2 days significantly increases their risk for being issued a warrant for failing to appear in court, while holding defendants longer than 8 days significantly increases their risk for being charged with committing a new crime. And that's some of the outcomes that we saw in this study. So one of the big take-homes is if you are approached by someone that is comparing outcomes by bond type, and they're saying, here's outcomes for surety, here's outcomes for PR, look at the difference. The 2 questions you need to ask are, did you control for risk, and did you control for the amount of time they spent in jail? That is what we're finding are the real factors that affect pretrial misconduct, not the type of bond the person posted. And that's not just El Paso data, that's data trends all over the United States. Statistically, bond types predict how many days a defendant will spend in jail better than they predict a defendant's pretrial outcome. So again, I mentioned that before, but when you think of, here we're comparing surety outcomes to PR outcomes. And so what you're going to see is 91% of those who posted with surety had no warrants for failing to appear, and 79% were not arrested for a new crime during pretrial, while 82% of defendants released on PR and no warrants, and 70% were not arrested for a new crime. And again, when you look at that, you need to associate those outcomes back to how long did they spend in jail and what was the level of risk of those defendants. Pretrial, those released on a PR bond spent an average of 13 more days in jail than compared to those who were released on a surety bond during this study period. And Dr. Fabella's research found that the higher risk defendants were the ones being released to PR bond. And again, that would be after they've been in jail an average of 40 days, and then a judge will give them a PR day when I'm supervised, and then the higher risk person, they haven't got out. So then the PR bond group gets that higher risk person who is already going to be more likely to have pretrial failure. So when we're thinking about these outcomes, it's really important that we get that, or we might misinterpret what the data suggests. So plans for the future, and I'll take questions too. I'm sure you may have plenty, but we want to update the praxis based on the new pretrial risk assessment. So we want to implement the new updated pretrial risk assessment that's been validated. We want to update the SMART praxis with the new risk assessment information, and that will actually have data profiles, data-driven local profiles, which will just make it great. It's going to make it much more useful to the court. We want to begin our data collection for phase 2 of this risk assessment validation. So we're going to start, we'll implement it. We'll ask other questions that may be predictive of pretrial risk. We'll hopefully going to do a partnership with UTEP, will help us with this. They also reviewed this study and really evaluate what's going on with our current pretrial population. Our workload is shifting, and we're going to have to analyze those resource needs. We want to expand the use of satellite booking, and a couple of other things that I didn't put on here but are very important is as we look at the front-end processing of these cases, there may be the need to shift more resources to that front end. Reallocate resources, shift them. One of the things one of the problems is that the current risk assessment process that is a good process based on what we're seeing in litigation trends and evidence-based trends, not all defendants are coming through that process. So once they do come through that, we may need another couple of magistrates during the day to help process those cases. They may need an additional room down there if there's a remodel. We may need more supervision resources. And again, there may be the ability to shift resources rather than adding new, but these are potential needs for the system. The other thing to keep in mind is that the more defendants who are given PR bonds because they can't sit in jail because they can't pay money, so the more we get of those defendants, the more PR bond forfeitures you will see show up in the data. So when you start seeing millions of dollars in PR bond forfeitures, which you'll see, that would definitely be expected in this. And really what that means is if a judge says, I'm going to give you a PR bond that's $20,000, they just pick numbers, they'll set a bond, attach it to that. If that defendant fails to appear in court, that 20,000 number goes into a pot that just builds every time somebody FTAs. So in the last 4 years, there have been millions of dollars in PR bond forfeitures. That isn't real money. That's not real money lost to the county, but the bail industry will point out that if they had posted with surety, they would have to pay that amount. So that's just something to keep in mind. As we do this, we will see more PR bond forfeitures as more people get that. But as what we're avoiding with that is we're avoiding the potential for litigation, which is very costly. And we're also going to be reducing recidivism. I believe we're going to see big differences in recidivism because we aren't using jail beds for the wrong people. And this doesn't necessarily mean we will be using less jail beds. It just means we need to align it to make sure the right people are in jail and that we don't just have people lower risk people sitting there for no reason. So So those are some things I would encourage the court to keep in mind. With that, I'd open up for questions. Yes, sir.
How many magistrates do we have?
We currently have, I believe,
4 full-timers, 5 part-timers.
4 full-time magistrates, 5 part-time.
So at any given time, we should have someone available.
Yes, they are. They're available 24 hours, even on Christmas. There's a Christmas graveyard shift. There will be a magistrate working in that day.
So how many personnel do the magistrate have to see? How many do they see on a given day?
I believe it's about 100. 120 to 150 tons of. I heard the number thrown out 100 the other day, but there's a lot that are getting through there in process, and there could be, as I mentioned before, if they all flow through the magistrate program, there could be maybe 50% more. We don't know exactly how many aren't being processed. That may be processed by another court, a JP, or someone else who's setting bonds. But if the system adjusts and pushes them all through that number could greatly increase.
Joel, is the extension of the bail bonds, could that be a critical situation? I mean, is there a point where they won't exist, and is that going to be a problem for us if they don't? Because I get visited by them quite often, and they're looking at themselves as a free enterprise. It's a business, and so my concern would be: is there a point where not having, because that's where it's sort of leading to, not having bail bonds, is there going to be an issue or more liability that's going to be passed on to the county?
Well, I don't know about liability. What we have to consider with that, the liability I think the county's concerned about is to make sure that they aren't being held simply because they can't afford the bond. And so as judges are the ones who have to make these decisions. We aren't making recommendations for bond types. We aren't saying, here, give this one a PR bond or give this one a cash bond. Mm-hmm. But as the judges are looking at this litigation that's happened, and they're thinking about the defendant that's in front of them, and then they're looking at this research, and they know if I set a bond more than they can afford, and they don't meet the statutory and legal definitions of somebody that needs to be in jail pre-trial, I could put the county at risk. So the judges are the ones that are ultimately making these decisions based on the information that they have. That as far as the CJC, we aren't going to get involved in recommending types of bonds or anything like that. But when you look at litigation, what I just read about in Harris County says that about 85% of their misdemeanor population is going to be immediately released without financial condition. That means that pushes their pretrial services program and their CJC from a caseload of a few thousand to something like 46,000 overnight. So that when you're thinking of what could happen, what are the circumstances the county needs to be thinking about, if that kind of thing spreads across Texas and others, pretrial services programs need to be prepared with significant supervision strategies to deal with an increased population. But as far as the business practices, that's for the legislators, the litigators, and the judges to sort out. We're just here trying to figure out how to deal with this population and to provide the best services.
Is there any model nationwide that sort of shifts the role to the bail bonds different, where they could be supporting what we're doing? It just would make sense that their big concern is, and I know you and I have talked about the numbers, is that the lack of supervision and the risk of letting someone out based on, according to them, that we're not scrutinizing enough to where somebody, do you work? Yes, we work, and they get the PR bond. So my concern is a little bit more on, are we creating a backlog? Are we having a problem in the future that is going to be sort of overwhelming? And then how can we be ready for that problem?
Yeah, and one of the things the judges likes about the PR, one of the reasons why they do a split bond is because they want They want the benefits of what they feel is there for a surety, but they also want the supervision that the surety agent won't give them, like substance testing and reporting back to the court, electronic monitoring, and quick reporting back to the court regarding violations. And in last year, there were hundreds of violations that resulted in warrants reported to the court by pretrial services that they wouldn't have got had that person just been out on a surety. So with the courts, when they're thinking of like public safety outcomes, they're thinking in terms of, hey, am I going to know if this person's out using, or if they're violating, or if they disappear? I'm going to hear right away by a test result from the pretrial services staff, and that's something they may not get from a surety. At the same time, I'm not here to challenge that the sureties are doing a good job getting people back to court. I don't think we have enough data to say, hey, here's a real comparison between the bond types regarding getting people back to court. But ultimately, that's their concern, and that's where their liability is. If that person doesn't show up to court, that bond gets forfeited. That's where they have to come up with the money. And a PR bond, that money just goes into a pot of largely uncollected money because, and again, most of these are indigent people who aren't ever going to be able to pay that bond amount. So.
And finally, the last question is the uniqueness of our community. Is it a fair thing to benchmark with other counties and what's going on there? Is there some uniqueness in our community that makes either we should approach it a little different than other counties?
Yeah. I think every community has uniqueness, and that's why there's no one size fits all. Copy this jurisdiction, implement it here, because and that's why they say validate your risk assessments on your local population. Now, El Paso is very unique, and we need local data, local outcomes, and then you have your stakeholders like your judges and your district attorney's office, and they have their own local preferences regarding how law enforcement, and then their own preferences on how this should play out in our county. And what we do have is we all have the same research, and we have the same litigation that we're looking at to try to adjust our practices in the best way. But I think El Paso is definitely unique. And this has to be approached from a local perspective. We can't just go and copy what somebody else is doing. We can copy some principles, but we really have to have an active group that's working on these issues based on what our local situation is.
I made the mistake of saying final, but one more question, and that is that whose role is it to have a discussion with the bail bonds so that they don't feel sort of that they come to us and they ask questions that sometimes we can't answer, and whose role is it to at least, they're part of our community, whether they hire people, they've hired a lot more people prior, but whose role is it to maintain a communication with them to make sure they understand, we're trying to do the right things, but that there is a dialogue with them and not leave them sort of outside this information that we get.
Sure. I think that's a question I have too. I think it's a difficult question when you bring it up because we're talking about a for-profit agency and we're trying to keep the blindfolds on Lady Justice, regarding how we develop our justice system should not be driven necessarily by for-profit interests. Now, it may enhance that or it may not, but that shouldn't necessarily be a driving factor. And so regarding how they play a part in the systemic policies, I think that's a hard one to answer. I think a lot of systems are struggling with that because where do they come in and where do they have a role? They are a pretrial services provider, and I think there should be some questions for them too. Is if they actually sued this one of the bail bond agencies sued the CJC over not providing some data outcomes. But we should be asking them, we would like to see your data outcomes as well, along with ours, and produce that as a pretrial services provider. As you come to the table, show us what the benefits are, show us as system stakeholders how that will play out. But as far as how their role plays out, I think that's something that every jurisdiction struggles with, and do you involve them or do you not? And it's definitely a question I've asked too, and I just don't have a good answer.
Yeah, my concern was that they become extinct and then we need them in some type of role, but
Sure.
it's not cost effective for them to continue being a business. So that was that critical point there.
Yeah, a lot of people have those concerns.
Thank you, Joe. Commissioner Pitt.
Joel, I can't thank you enough. I mean, this is really comprehensive data. Also, your data analysts, if you can introduce them, I haven't met them formally, but you guys produce phenomenal work. I mean, this is just, there's really nothing like this, I think, in the country that has been so thoroughly analyzed. I guess, one of the points, to the judge and to Commissioner Robinson, if you can imagine before 2014, none of this was looked at. The jail that we operate is a maximum security facility. It is the costliest type of facility to operate, but we had no clue, who was in there, their level of risk, how long were they staying in there, and there was no correlation between the decisions that the judiciary was making to what was happening in the jail, even though it has a huge impact. And so to see where we are today is really just phenomenal. But I really just shudder to think. I mean, you saw some of the stats there before where quite possibly you had very low-risk individuals who perhaps committed a first-time offense were spending 40 to 50 days in jail because they just couldn't afford the bond. And that was the primary way to get out of jail, was your ability to pay for your freedom. And Senator Cory Booker, was recently said, he's spoken out about, criminal justice reform. But he says, we pretty much have a system that protects the wealthy and the guilty versus the poor and the innocent. And that's something that was happening here, I believe, in El Paso County. Because when you look at the stats of those people who were released on surety bonds, on money bonds, they were only spending 1 to 2 days in jail. Well, why is that? Well, chances are you have a job or you have some sort of financial resources and you can't really afford to miss work for more than 1 or 2 days. But if a $10,000 bond is assessed and 10% of that is your responsibility, there's very few people that can come up with $1,000 on the spot. And it's typically those that just had the financial means to do it. And I really do shudder to think how many people for decades went through our criminal justice system, stayed in jail for over a month, lost their jobs, had family issues, and then as the data show, how many of them ended up back in our system because even longer than a 2-day stay will have a significant impact on your ability. You're much more likely that you're going to be a frequent visitor to our jail. But I think we have to put that in perspective. And I know that the bail bond industry has been vocal, about this. But this data here, that's why this data is so important, and the work that you all are doing is so important because it shows the impact that it's having on ordinary folks. But I still think, and if you can go back to the chart where the November snapshot, we still have a significant number of people. There's 25%, let's see, so there's 36% of people that were in the jail that were either below average or low risk. I think it's after that, it's a November snapshot. Yeah, before you went to the Mesa County.
Yeah.
I mean, so is this trending in the right direction? Because I think the goal of as we look at these criminal justice reforms, I think the next slide is Mesa County, right, or 2 slides over. I mean, that's really what we should be going after, is making sure that our maximum security jail is reserved for those that are the highest risk, and that our staff who are supervising individuals on a pretrial basis are in the highest risk categories. So how do we so what's left there for us to get to that? I know that's ultimately the goal. And I also want to I can't thank the judiciary enough. I mean, for embracing these reforms. Judge Trejo has really done a phenomenal job. Judge Salas Mendoza, the administrative judge, and their other colleagues that have really looked at this data and have relied on this data that you all have produced, and realized that this needs to be done. And we're fortunate that we're not in the same situation as Houston or Galveston or Dallas or other places that have faced liabilities. But how can we get there? Because my concern is that we still have a lot of people. If somebody's spending 10 days in jail and they're in the low risk category, that's 10 days too much. How do we get there is one question. And then second, how many folks are sort of bypassing our magistrates? And I know that maybe you don't have that data right now, and maybe that's something that we should get. But from the police department and the sheriff's department, if they're bypassing, the judges that are really making an effort to reform and putting an emphasis on PR bonds and making sure that low-risk individuals get there, if they're going to a city magistrate or if they're going to a JP judge that's issuing, I don't know, a $5,000 bond, $2,000 bond, whatever the case is, they're bypassing our system. How much is that of an issue? So those are my two questions.
Yeah. Well, and to your point about the judges, I agree 100%. They have been so helpful during this process. Judge Salas Mendoza, Judge Trejo, Judge Penny Hamilton, Judge Acosta, Judge Anchondo. These judges have been very actively involved and others, and they're very concerned about this. And they know really they have the hardest part as a judge. They're the ones who have to make these decisions. What the CJC's role is to provide them with the best information we possibly can. Ultimately, the judges are the ones that have to decide what kind of bond do they get, those kind of things. We aren't even going to recommend that. We're just saying, here's the best information that we have. So the judges have been great. They have a hard job. They're actively working. And regarding getting your question, how do we align this? Well, one thing too, I think the new risk assessment is going to help push us in that direction as we align it. For one of the things we found in this study was this risk assessment was a little bit imbalanced based on our populations toward the low risk. So the new risk assessment will balance that out just naturally, and you're going to see these risk levels change just based on the new profiles that is produced. But the system practices, how do we get the system practices to change? The judges are going to actively be doing that, and what the main thing we have to do is make sure that as a system that people are not just sitting there simply because they can't afford the bond. There has to be a declared public safety or flight risk concern that's consistent with laws and the litigation that we see. And so I think as we continue to adjust and make sure that they have the resources and that the judges have the resources they need, and they may need to be more resourced on that front end, because we don't know how many cases are circumventing that process, but I know it's a priority to the judges that nobody circumvents that process and they all come through. And we also know a big problem with our current process is how long law enforcement have to wait. And that's a problem. We don't want to see that increase. And one of the reasons law enforcement likes to circumvent that is because there is a long wait as you go through there. So we have to look at how can we make that process very efficient, get those law enforcement officers out of there quickly, back on the street. And I think that will, as we push everything through there, that's where we may need, I asked the judge, not another 24/7 magistrate, but we may need another couple of magistrates to be available 6 days a week to where hearings can be heard simultaneously for the simple effect that we get to process cases more quickly. And so we don't have law enforcement in a big line over there that I think is currently a problem. And I think when you hear them complain about that, it's a legitimate concern. And our law enforcement should be on the street, not waiting in a line. So we have a lot of work to do there this year. And I think as the court, I would encourage you to consider earmarking resources potentially for these efforts and to support the judges and our justice system stakeholders to focus on this, because I think we've come a long way, but I would say this is just the beginning. We are not by any means done, and I hope that a year from now, like I said, the presentation we give you puts this one to shame, and that we've also made significant progress that will benefit everybody, including the law enforcement, because this has been hard on them as well. So I don't know, did I touch on what you asked? And
one other thing I did want to mention that, that I do take issue with split bonds, because they're, a split bond is where ultimately somebody's released on a money bail, but then there are also conditions of release that then they're placed in supervision on our staff. And I really hope that, by working with the judiciary, we get away from that practice, because essentially the bail bond companies essentially still profit off of the bonds that are issued, but the work is ultimately subsidized by taxpayers. And all the supervision and all the follow-up and everything has to be done by our staff. And so I just want that to be out there about split bonds, is that I don't view split bonds as a good thing. If either somebody should be put on a PR bond with conditions and they need to be supervised, or if there's still going to be the option for cash, that's fine. But whenever there's a split bond, the county is essentially subsidizing the supervision and the work that goes into it, while bail bond industry still profits off of that bond. But I really commend you all on the work that you're doing. Again, and everybody involved, the judiciary, and I want to thank the Commissioners Court for making significant investments in this. I mean, this is, this is really the heart of what we do as county government. And the number of folks that come through our courts and that come through our jails, and to have this much data on it is just really phenomenal. But thank you for everybody that's continuing to improve the system.
I too am very supportive. I just don't, it's those collateral and nuances that I'm concerned about. As feedback, I spoke to one of the judges, and he's got his staff compensating for some of the things that are not taking place. Calling up, supervising, making sure they go to court, making sure they, and I'm just worried that we don't just sort of shift something and it's sort of hidden. And, it's always not a good thing that one person is doing something and another one is not. But in his case, he said, I took it upon myself. We call before, we supervise, we make sure they go to court, they don't show up. We're the ones that call and make sure they do come in. I just don't like that shift of responsibility to somebody taking it upon themselves, that it's not systematic, that sure. Not everybody's doing the same thing. So just as feedback, if you could look into that.
Yeah, you bet.
Okay,
it should be consistent. And what Commissioner
I just wanted to ask, when you're talking about, possibly increasing the amount of magistrate judges that we have, and I mean, I think that it looks like it's probably something that's needed, but I think something that would help us also is an assessment of the amount of time that police officers or sheriff's officers are actually spending waiting on a daily basis or on a weekly average or something like that, so that we can monetize that and understand the gains or the losses that are being had.
Yeah, I think in some of that, I know Tom Whitten has gone over there a couple times and looked at that based on the concerns, and he's 45 to 50 minute waits many times if it's like when it's busy. But
because if you can show that our sheriff's department is losing $10,000 a week or something like that in pay because they're sitting there, and then it costs us less than $10,000 a week to hire 3 new magistrates, then it makes the argument much more.
Sure, good point. And another thing that Scott reminded me to mention was that our need for we have good data analytics right now, but our system is deficient. The case management system in Odyssey does not work like it should. And we do have funds earmarked for that, but that is something that over the next year that's going to be a goal of ours, to try to get that up to speed, to try to really engage Tyler and motivate them to come in and update it so that we can automate much of this data that you saw, because it is really manually driven right now. So, but thank you. I appreciate your time.
I just wanted to ask one more thing. Is there going to be any movement toward working with the judiciary as well? Because we've seen such a large caseload growth for PR bonds and our officers that are carrying out that supervision, working with the judiciary to look at offenders that may not need such high levels of supervision, so that we can spread our workers and our case workers among the folks that actually do need higher levels of supervision. Is that part of the
that's the idea of this, but you're right on, because we want to, with the new risk assessment, we're going to take this to the next level. And that's where the whole goal of this is to put our precious supervision resources into that intensive group. So yes, definitely, and the judges are heavily involved in this, and they've been extremely helpful in developing this, as well as the district attorney's office. They had 3 chiefs in helping develop this process.
Because you may have somebody who's eligible for a PR bond, and they may not be. The risk assessment may come out very low, and they may not need much supervision at all.
Sure.
And you don't need to be spending resources on somebody who doesn't need that level of supervision.
The other thing too is the representation at those magistrate hearings is something that to have a district attorney, prosecutor, and a defender an adversarial hearing at those that's coming up as a pretty big focal point for a lot of communities, and it may be something we brought it up last year with a potential grant to get public defenders there, but we weren't quite ready for it yet. But that is a more serious concern now. And the issue with that is it would require a significant investment by the county. But that is another thing to keep on the forefront of reforms. What it does save though is the judges have a 3-day bond hearing in place right now, where we are putting those resources. So some of that would just be shifted to let's do that adversarial bond hearing right there at the beginning rather than waiting 3 days for it. So that's another potential financial impact, or it may be a request that happens based on some of the recommendations of the analysis that's done over the next 6 months. So
go ahead, Commissioner. To Commissioner Staub's question there, actually, I guess systematically, or is there someone that, like they do at the hospital, where you have a bunch of people come in and you do a triage, determine which ones are needing attention right now versus those that can wait and be seen a little bit later. So do you do that, or is there someone that does that?
That's really kind of, I like your triage analogy there, because that's really what this is to some degree. Is it's saying, okay, these are the ones that need attention now. Mm-hmm. These need an actual in-person, orientation, where these ones may not. And so that administrative and standard are kind of pushed out to say, okay, we don't need to focus as much attention on them as we triage those enhanced and intensive groups. We need to put more of our resources in that. We'll get a better bang for the buck. We just can't, with the current resources, there's no way these staff can manage 4,200 cases with 12 or 13 staff. You just can't do it. And so we will, but with something like this, the triage type process can be very useful in channeling our precious resources into those that need it the most. So that's the concept that we're trying to do here. And I think, as I've seen it work in other jurisdictions that have done this, it can work very effectively, manage resources, especially as the demand for more PR bonds continues to increase, more release. And there's a group, I'm a big advocate of people that don't have any conditions. There's a whole group of people that I don't think need us. They don't need us in their pockets. They don't need to be released on supervision. We haven't gotten there yet. We're close. But I really think there's a whole group that we can pin out that just say, Judge, release them, no financial conditions. They don't need PR. They'll be fine. They don't need me to call and remind them to come to court. They'll do it themselves. And we've got to narrow in that group to make sure we're not wasting our resources on them.
So, and that kind of goes to my next question, is that I think a big part of our goal is that identifying which people, and see, this is the way it was before, everybody was booked in the jail. Everybody, it didn't matter the offense.
Yeah,
and not everybody needs to go to jail. And that was part of the idea with the satellite booking office. And I'm glad that it's getting some usage, but it seems to me that there would be a whole bunch more people who should be taking advantage of that. And again, Judge and Commissioner Rob, the satellite booking office, the concept was, well, let's have a facility here in the county courthouse, so that way somebody doesn't have to go to the jail and actually go through the booking process. They can bypass it, and it's downstairs in the basement. I mean, what can be done to, I guess, get more people to use the satellite booking office? I'm just assuming, based on the data, that there's probably a lot more people that would qualify for that. Or I guess this group of folks that you identified that don't need anything. I mean, how do you go about working with the judiciary to identify those individuals that don't have to even go to jail, period? They can either go through satellite booking or not have any.
I think that's such a brilliant point. I think the sheriff made it. Scott, do you want to talk to that? Because we were in a meeting yesterday and there was some good progress.
Yeah, I think what we're going to do here in the next couple of days, and I was talking to Tom and Jacob earlier, in the past we've sent out an email to all of the interested parties defining what the parameters are to use the satellite booking in conjunction with what Sheriff Wiles introduced yesterday, day before, about allowing us to have a full-time deputy in there. Those two messages are going to be extremely powerful to everyone involved. So all of those parties that would need to know, and now the new information about having a full-time during business hours, a deputy on staff is, I think, going to bring a lot more attention, visibility, and messaging so that people will start using it a lot more. Knowing that parts of that was done before without the full-time deputy, and we increased in 1 year 26%, would only make one think that we're going to hopefully at least double that, if not. So I think that's going to work out to our advantage.
Okay. And then the final question I have is that this department was created out of existing departments and resources, and a lot of the work goes on at the county jail, and we added magistrates. And again, it's a very old facility that was designed 30 years ago, and it wasn't designed to house 4 magistrates. It wasn't designed to house CJC. To what extent is the condition of our facilities impacting your all's work? And I ask this, I mean, the commissioners were going to discuss another item related to space downtown, but I think it's an opportunity for us because I do believe that this is the way of the future. And I believe that, our facilities should reflect that and give you all the tools that you need that helps also our law enforcement and our police so that they're not waiting outside on the streets, or there's not buses parked on the side blocking traffic, or patrol cars blocking traffic as they're waiting for this process. But to what extent are our current facilities making it sort of more difficult for you all to do this? Because I'm sure there's space limitations and other things that a lot of departments here are.
Yeah, and I've been with Judge Hamilton enough to know, and Judge Trejo, they have concerns about that. If we wanted to do, for example, at a certain time of the day, have 2 magistrates at the same time, it would be very difficult right now, given the current status over there. So the way it's set up is not as good as it could be by any means, and we do need to enhance, I think, that courtroom over there, perhaps provide a couple of courtrooms to process these cases and invest there. So, and I know that the sheriff had mentioned they actually have a remodel in progress, and he said maybe we can work this whole thing into it. Not in progress, but I mean on the horizon. And so I know it's on his radar, the potential, but we need more analysis too. We don't want to just run into this with ideas and try to implement without more planning and analysis. So over the next 6 months, we're going to have a work group, a collaborative work group, really working closely on what exactly do we need and what can we bring to the court, and how can the court help based on the current needs that we see, and get to even some of what Commissioner Stout said. Can we quantify some of these things with cost savings and efficiencies? We will be doing that very actively over the next 6 months. So, but it is, you're right, it's a problem right now, but also I think we're approaching this in a way to say, hey, if El Paso were to just forget about resource issues and just say what is the very best way to possibly process and do justice right at the front end. That's what we're trying to do, and then see what kind of resource needs come out of that and what feasibility there is. So I hope to come back and within 6 months, or perhaps a group of judges will come back to the court and talk more specifically about this. But I do think it's on the near horizon, and it should be potentially something you consider in strategic planning, earmarking resources to assist them in that. So,
Commissioner Leal?
Yeah, one quick question, Joel, and you just touched on it right now. The vast majority of bookings come from the city police.
Yes.
Local bookings come from El Paso. Are we in talks, just to follow up to something that Commissioner Pettis said, that some of the officers go to municipal
Yes.
judges? Are we in talks with them to try to encourage them or get into some sort of arrangement where they are not on the opposite side,
Sure.
instead of assisting
Yeah.
us?
Yeah, and I think Judge Trejo has mentioned that as a significant concern and something she's taking the lead on. Actually having talks with them and talking about, I don't think it's something necessarily that can be forced on the system, at least not that I'm aware of right now, but it's something that can be strongly encouraged. I think some of the cases that are the most concerning are not the bonds being set by the magistrates, but these bonds being set at various places that are very high. They do have some controls now with those 3-day hearings, so hopefully if they can't make bond within 3 days, it'll get caught and addressed. But I know that Judge Trejo, that's definitely that was one of the key priorities, I think, of potential near future solutions that we could possibly do is addressing that issue with those, from the judges, from a judicial perspective with the other judges. So it's not being overlooked. I don't know what the solution's going to be, but I sense that it probably will filter more cases in there. And so we need to be preparing for how do we help these officers get out of there quicker? How do we help the magistrates effectively process these cases and make sure, I know the CJC is getting ready to engage in next round of hiring, as Scott mentioned, which will provide more resources from our end to do more risk assessments on the front end, those criminal histories, and that's going to be another phase in. We contemplated this as a CJC, but I wish I could tell you this is how many cases are going to be filtered through when this happens, but we really don't know. But I think it's definitely coming. But I don't have a specific solution right now.
Sure. Well, on that, while it may not be able to be something forced on a judicial level, because the judges don't have much control over the city magistrates, it is something that the city council and the city manager can enact on a policy level for the police department, and just make it a matter of policy that they not go to the city magistrates. I know somebody on city council that I've already I've told her that this is something that they need to look into. But I hope that that's something that can be addressed that way through a matter of policy.
And interestingly, I forgot about this when you were asking the question, because I think this just happened yesterday. But the sheriff did mention that there's a potential for him to have a policy that won't accept those cases except through the magistrate process. So even if another judge did review the case, he could say, no, you need to go through the process downstairs. And he had mentioned that, and I hate speaking for him publicly like this, but I know that did come up, and I think he was pretty optimistic.
He was committed to it.
Yeah. Okay.
Because do you have a handle on that? I'm sorry. No. Maybe 85-90% of those cases come from the city as compared to the sheriff's department.
There are several cases that come through the city from El Paso PD. You got about 94% of them come from the actual El Paso PD. Other ones are from the sheriff, and then you have the smaller agencies. But the majority of them of El Paso PD do come through CJC. There are a few that do go out to municipal judges and to the JPs, and some of the judges even here at the courthouse to get a magistrate warrant. So we want to take those and filter them back in through the JMAG judges to do that bond here, determination of bond and guard process through the risk assessment.
I hope that's data that you can get, in terms of the number of folks that are bypassing it through other judges, and that'll help us to make the case with the city or whoever we need to talk to so they can enact a policy.
Any other questions?
Joel, thank you. Great presentation. I really appreciate your time and your team.
Thank you. Thank you for your support.
Item number 6, receive a presentation on the community infrastructure improvement plan.
It's going to be a long one.
There was an updated presentation sent Miguel this morning. But yeah, but if you no, I mean, it might not be. Can you scroll down? It is. Actually, yeah,
it's probably going to be at least.
No, it's really, there's only a few things that are changed.
You're fine.
Whichever. But now we can let go.
Don't ask him, he doesn't eat anything.
Then we can.
He's lunch.
Yeah, we
can ask, let's ask how this is going to be, and then we can take Well, say we're trying to decide whether we break for lunch. So, any idea what your presentation?
Probably about 30 to 35 minutes with questions that the court may have.
So, generally speaking, I mean, do you guys want to take a break for lunch? You want to continue? Take a
There's
half
also
hour?
one more presentation by Carmen, your next. How long about that one?
That's the same. I
Same.
would say about 30 minutes.
And then the executive session
Right.
And then we have an executive session.
And 3 more items, that'll probably be another hour and a half at least,
I
right?
would say half an hour
Probably
lunch.
an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Yeah.
Why don't we take a half an hour for lunch if you guys are okay, and then we'll be much more mentally prepared for you guys.
Absolutely. Thank you. So, we already made that announcement, we're recessing for, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Till 1:30, sir?
Yeah, 1:30 would be perfect. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Commissioners, court recess till 1:30.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into open session. Item number 6, receive a presentation on the Community Infrastructure Improvement Plan.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. José Landeros, Director of Planning and Development. This item will be presented this afternoon. Relates to the work that we're doing now in the Planning and Development Department, in addition to the other public works departments of Infrastructure Services and Parks and Recreation. This is a strategic plan item. It was intended to measure the level of services and infrastructure that are currently needed in the unincorporated areas of the community that currently do not exist. And the intent is to ensure that we can develop vibrant communities outside of the city limits of El Paso and maintain responsible and sustainable growth patterns. In addition, the plan will ultimately identify funding opportunities, methods, and priorities of the different infrastructure projects that will be put together within the plan. And the goal is to have something put together, a long-term 5-year capital improvement program that would be specific to community infrastructure and have that program reviewed on an annual basis. The main areas of focus that the plan looks at are parks, roadways, sidewalks, stormwater infrastructure, and streetlights. These are typically the components that help to determine how vibrant a community and how successful a community may be. At this time, the original intent when this was placed on the strategic plan was to hire a chief planner and have that individual oversee a comprehensive planning process. However, that process was altered. The Director of Planning and Development position was created. There's an assistant planner position that we're currently working on filling. But as that was happening, the other public works departments began to take on some of these planning tasks through a variety of independent studies. And I'll be talking about those in a few slides. But ultimately, what's happening now is that we do have a comprehensive planning process underway across these 3 departments. And the Planning and Development Department will take the lead once those studies are complete in compiling all the pertinent information to put together this infrastructure assessment plan. The reason why this is particularly important is that the County of El Paso has one of the highest number of colonias in the county. And as a result, the need to complete a lot of neighborhoods that don't have adequate infrastructure from the west side to the eastern portion of the county is very critical. And this is a quote from the Practice of Local Government Planning, a local government guide to planning practices that just determines that a good community development does not mean that you have to start from the bottom, from scratch. You don't have to start over. There are tools, strategies, and techniques that can be utilized to help complete existing neighborhoods, to complete more vibrant communities. Some of the components that make up a good community, as defined under per the guidance of the same ICMI materials, is a community that's sustainable, that's able to ensure that the success of the development in the area complements the natural landscape, and that there's access to services and amenities that are critical to quality of life, and that ultimately there's a cohesive community unit. What that means is that there's a sense of place, that the residents of a particular neighborhood, particular community take ownership and pride of where they are, which translates naturally to safety. You do ensure that public spaces such as streets, parks, are areas where people can come together, they can feel safe, they can feel that other residents are committed equally to that overall watch of their neighborhood. And that's a hallmark of a community that is succeeding in terms of developing a sense of a high sense of place and high quality of life. And then it's important for residents to feel that they have skin in the game, that they can alter the process if need be, that they can provide input to an agency or a group of agencies that are interested in what they have to say and the reasons why they feel the way that they do. So those concepts, those ideas translate into specific actions that the county is currently implementing through a number of strategies. One, ensure that the community and the residents feel that their voice can be heard, so local participation is key in all of the studies that will be underway or that are currently underway. Collaboration is also important. We need to make sure that we're working with the relevant stakeholders from El Paso Water, various water and utility districts, to other municipalities, including the city of El Paso. When we look at communities, we want to make sure that we're looking at this on a holistic approach and not focusing specifically on one set of services, but we have to ensure that the institutional ties that hold community together are strengthened and expanded, and that is, again, talking about developing a high sense of place, of quality of life, and that's key to ensuring that these communities turn into vibrant communities. And again, we have to, as a planning and development department, ensure that we advocate for those that don't have the voice to advocate for themselves, and that's a very critical component of ensuring that there's an issue of social equity that is engaged in during this process to ensure that the plan and the choices and the development that occurs is something that is reflective of the needs of many and not the needs of the few. As I mentioned, infrastructure services, parks and rec, and planning and development are currently initiating a series of studies that will, and Public Works in general has initiated certain programs in the past that will put all the findings together to culminate the community development plan. About 3 years ago, the residential street lighting program was formally adopted and enacted by the Public Works Department. What this does is identify the existing streetlights that are not in place in communities. It developed a standard. Right now in urban areas, streetlights are spaced about 600 feet apart. In rural areas, that's 1,200 feet apart. For most of our census-designated places, such as Westway, Fabens, the streetlights are 600 feet apart because they meet a certain population threshold. For areas that are more rural in nature, such as the Haciendas del Norte region, north of Montana, near the Waco Tanks area, those streetlights are spaced about 1,200 feet apart. But the budget annually has included funding to install 100 streetlights. Approximately 95% of those streetlights are placed in Precinct 3. 1% is placed in Precinct 1, and the remaining 4% is placed in Precinct 4. That was determined by the court due to the population distribution of unincorporated residents amongst the county. And at the rate that we are going, we're currently about 3/5 of the way to install all the necessary streetlights to meet the adopted county standards, and we anticipate completing that in fiscal year 20. In December of this past year, the Commissioners Court authorized the county to enter into an agreement with El Paso Water to update our 2010 Stormwater Master Plan. That Stormwater Master Plan identified various projects across the community to address the very serious issue of stormwater management and retention. There are a number of drainage issues that are ongoing right now, and the county is successfully partnering with El Paso Water to help update our plan, deliver a list of projects that are prioritized based on a cost-benefit analysis, and also adding an area of the county that was previously unaccounted for, which is the East Montana area. That was not included in the 2010 plan, but the update to the plan will include that planning area as well. So that's key, and that will be complete at the end of fiscal year 19, as per the contract that was executed back in December. Also in December, the Infrastructure Services Department initiated the Roadway Asset Management System, which is an analysis of all of the county's roadways. There's approximately just below 700 miles of centerline that the county maintains across the unincorporated areas. What this is an assessment of the condition of all roadways within the county that is maintained by the county. Each road is assigned an index score based on the International Roughness Index, which is a measure that looks at the condition of the pavement, accounts for any cracking or any other damage that may be present within the right-of-way. This should be complete by March of 2019, which then will allow for a 5-year window to be developed in terms of prioritizing the funds that are made available for repaving annually. It also helps to develop cost estimates on what preventative maintenance can be done to help ensure that roads that are currently on the verge of becoming receiving a C score or a D score, are maintained and do not fall below do not fall to a lower category, which would then require major reconstruction or major resurfacing of the roadway. And again, this should be complete by March of this year. Next month, the county will engage the Camino Real RMA to conduct the Master Thoroughfare Plan. What this will be is a long-term transportation planning document. The city of El Paso and the city of Socorro and the town of Horizon City all have independent master thoroughfare plans. The county has not developed a thoroughfare plan. What this plan does is account for all of the population and demographic changes that are occurring in the unincorporated area and help identify the potential alignment to future roadways, and also determine where investment by the county needs to be focused to ensure that we're meeting the needs of the growing transportation needs of these communities. In addition, it'll also identify existing gaps in service related to sidewalks, hike and bike lane networks, bike lane networks, and that process should take about 12 months to complete and should be completed by around this time of fiscal year 2018. The next component is related to the development plan, is the master park plan that is estimated to begin April of 2019. This will help to identify all of the infrastructure that's needed to bring up parks up to a certain level, a certain standard, to ensure that they're best serving the needs of the community. The plan will emphasize the fact that parks in our community should contribute to certain ideas, certain services, including health, fitness, recreation, and livability. The development of park space in the unincorporated areas is critical to creating senses of place, neighborhood centers, where individuals feel that they can have a sense of identity and ownership of their community as itself. Again, it's scheduled to begin in April and should be completed by the fall, early winter of 2019. The last, as Betsy mentioned earlier during her presentation, the county is currently in the process of updating our design standards for subdivisions. The city of El Paso is also considering an update to their design standards for subdivisions. One of the main issues that I've heard in the time that I've been meeting with landowners and developers relating to the development of subdivisions is that there's not enough collaboration between the city and the county, that the standards that one agency has aren't consistent with the other, and it creates scenarios where developers are literally having to submit two sets of plans to two different entities, knowing full well that one set of plans won't really contribute to the overall design and construction of the subdivision. As a result, we want to ensure that we're coordinating with the city on this matter, because if it does no good for the county to update our standards and then the city update their standards, and we're in the same position. So we've finalized the scope of work from the county side, and we are working on collaborating with the city of El Paso to get their comments back. The city of Socorro has also expressed an interest in participating in that process, and that would be beneficial because the more entities that have the same set of standards, it'll be easier and more transparent for the landowners who are developing these communities to ensure that they know what's expected of them. So we'll be working on that. We hope to have that initiated by the spring of this year, and we estimate about a 9 to 12 month process to complete that, and ultimately have the Commissioners Court and the City of El Paso City Council adopt a joint set of standards related to how you design subdivisions, how you account for sidewalks, street widths, the sizing that's necessary for stormwater infrastructure. All of those different components about how you design a neighborhood and a subdivision would be coordinated very closely with the City of El Paso. So the community development plan initially was supposed to be one single plan, but as a result of the varying studies that are ongoing within Public Works, all of them will end up contributing findings that will then be compiled by planning and development into one single document. The intent of doing that is to, again, list the priorities of the county, and to do that, we want to make sure that we are obviously involving the public through a series of meetings. Every study that's ongoing that has a component for public input. We'll have public input. We've been discussing to ensure that as these studies are ongoing, that we coordinate studies with each other to ensure that if there's an opportunity for collaboration between two studies to have one grand public meeting, that those occur. We want to ensure that we're promoting as much participation in these various plans and processes as possible. There are two priorities that need to be in terms of developing this plan. We need to ensure that everything is complete by the end of within fiscal year 2020, and then taking all of the individual studies projects and putting again together into a development plan. Once we have all the projects listed, we'll need to figure out a way to prioritize and rank them. And we'll be doing that based on two scales. The horizontal x-axis there is the benefit to the county, or the reason why the county is doing this. Does it improve public health and safety? Are we contractually required to do it? Does it further the county vision as a strategic plan item? Or is this required through state statute or through Commissioner's Court order? The y-axis, or the vertical axis, measures the impact, the fiscal impact to the county. Does it improve the delivery of service? Does it reduce our current operating expenses? Or are there grant funding opportunities available? The first tier would look at projects that fall within the statutory or court order projects that are within the strategic plan, or projects that are funded with a grant, or there's an external funding grant opportunity. The second tier would be any project that is contractually required, or there's an interlocal that requires the county to do that, or a project that helps to reduce county expenses. And the third tier, lowest tier, would be something that improves public health and safety and also helps to improve the delivery of service. For example, if we had a park that was available to be redeveloped, and the only finding that we had at the time was that it would help to improve public health and safety. But there was a grant opportunity available to fund those renovations or improvements to the park, that would automatically rank it as a Tier 1 project, because the fiscal impact to the county is minimal and it still allows for improvement of public health and safety. But if there was an item that was included in the strategic plan, for example, the repavement of certain stretches of road in certain neighborhoods or certain communities, and that was part of the strategic plan, and even if there were no grant funds and that was something that the county was going to have to fund itself, because the court voluntarily made a decision to make this a priority or include this in the strategic plan, it would also rank as a Tier 1 project. In terms of funding options, there are various grant funding opportunities for the county to pursue. There are numerous federal and state agencies that make funding available for community redevelopment, including the Texas Department of Agriculture, Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, Texas Parks and Wildlife. Their federal agency counterparts, TxDOT, Texas Department of Transportation. There's also various nonprofit organizations and foundations. For example, the Parks Department recently completed a Kaboom grant. Kaboom is a nonprofit organization that helps communities install capital infrastructure in their parks, as long as the community is involved in actually putting together putting the park together. And so that was a project that was completed at the end of last year by the Parks Department, and that was a grant that was received from a nonprofit organization. Long-term debt funding is also another option. The City of Austin issued debt just this past year and had about a $925 million bond. And these specific projects that are highlighted here are project categories that will likely be identified within the County of El Paso's Community Development Plan. Sidewalk construction and rehab, additional parks and rec improvements, flood mitigation and stormwater management, and roadway reconstruction. So these are just intended to give you an idea of the composition of the fact that of the City of Austin's 2018 bond issuance, approximately half of the bond issuance went to these neighborhood infrastructure improvements. And so that's just was just there for comparative purposes, but again, long-term debt funding is an option, and for the court to consider in funding some of these improvements. The last would be earmarking a certain percentage of the annual capital improvement program funds to target small to medium neighborhood-oriented projects. One of the initiatives that we're currently working on is the development of neighborhood associations. We're working closely with the Sheriff's Office. The Sheriff's Office has a rather successful neighborhood watch program where they have formal organizations within various communities across the county, and they meet with them on a regular basis. And when we met with the SO's office, they said often that the things they hear about don't really fall within the realm of public safety, but are things like speed humps to slow down traffic, additional street lighting that contributes to safety and the overall quality of life in the neighborhood at night. And as a result of those being the questions they're receiving, we feel we're on the right track in terms of helping to develop an infrastructure where residents feel that they can directly contact our county department to help route a lot of the concerns related to developing their neighborhood. And the city of El Paso has a similar fund in place to fund some of these neighborhood-oriented projects, and it's an option for the county to consider once we have this plan in place to begin to fund some of those projects as well. There's two main areas that we need to work on. Increasing public engagement is a huge priority. We need to make sure that residents are actually involved in the process for these. The county staff can develop the best set of plans for a park, but when a community member sees it, they may have a completely different take on what's important. A good example of that is when the county began to invest in parks out in the outlying areas. There was initial thought to remove a lot of the skate park components of those parks. But when we held community meetings to discuss that, residents, including a lot of young residents, said, no, we love the skate park component of that. And so those ultimately weren't removed and were instead rehabilitated and repainted and everything else to ensure that those components remained in the plan. But we wouldn't have known that at the county had we not engaged the community in that involvement process. So that's key. And the second component is to ensure that, again, we're looking at developing holistic neighborhoods. The neighborhood association is a key component of that planning process, as well as engaging public input, because until we hear from the residents, we don't necessarily know what the priorities of that neighborhood should be. And so we want to make sure that we're creating a tie between the community and the county that can be as formal as possible or as informal. Really, it's up to the residents within that community. So happy to answer any questions that y'all may have related to any of the topics just presented.
Everything is excellent. Just encourage and thank you for this engagement with the community. I think it's one of the most important things to regain trust, and really like the fact that you're making every effort to engage every community and make them part of the process.
And a lot of this, I began in this position in October. Our executive director, Ms. Palacios, had really engaged the various departments in an attempt to move this strategic plan forward. In the absence of having the director position filled or the planner position filled, there was an obvious need to continue to move this forward. So it's a big credit to her and the work that Mr. Hernandez has done in infrastructure services and Mrs. Myers in Parks and Rec.
Thank you. Commissioner Robinson?
Thank you. Do we have any roadways that connect to Fort Bliss?
No, all of the roadways that provide connectivity to Fort Bliss right now are currently within the city of El Paso.
In the outlying areas?
There are unincorporated areas that border Fort Bliss along the East Montana area, but there's no connectivity into the post. No, sir.
You said go directly into the post.
Mm-hmm.
But we do have some roadways that connect with Fort Bliss.
No.
Not necessarily going into Fort Bliss, but
No, I mean, there's nothing that connects into or directly. There's roads that run parallel to Fort Bliss, Flagger Street out in the East Montana area. It runs just east of the boundary of the DoD land and privately owned land, but nothing that connects to or provides connectivity to the post. Yes, sir.
Do they use those roadways?
Yes, it's a residential neighborhood.
Residential.
Yes, sir.
So it's nothing. None of the areas where they have training.
No.
Okay.
Commissioners, Commissioner Pettis.
Thank you for the presentation. A few quick things on the lighting program. And that's something we approved a couple years ago. And you mentioned both the 600 feet standard and the one and the what's the other rural one?
The 1,200 foot standard.
Right. But there's now a lot of areas that are much more urban. You all are you guys still considering the 300 foot standard?
So the 300 foot standard is the City of El Paso standard, and so out in the new development that we're seeing along East Lake, we currently are requiring the 600 foot spacing, and so that's an example of the disparity between standards where a developer will actually have to submit a lighting plan to the city that shows additional streetlights for 300 foot spacing, and then one to the county that shows 600 foot spacing. But currently we're just enforcing the standards. We should meet all of that need by fiscal year 20, but if it were any changes to the policy could be brought forth by the court if there was a want to try and adjust what our standards were.
Yeah, well, I mean, because those areas are just as dense as neighborhoods in the city of El Paso, so I think anytime that we can mirror street lighting in particular, I mean, that's something we get calls about often, is just lack of street lighting in some areas, so I think if we can match up for certain urbanized areas in the unincorporated areas, I think that would be significant. And is it something that you all, I know we approved the 100 lights, but and that's still ongoing. You say that will be complete in 2020, but is there still ongoing efforts to evaluate whether or not that 100 was sufficient? Or I know when we passed it, we recognized that there just needed to be more lighting, but is there still sort of an ongoing process to ensure that that was the adequate number, or there still needs to be more? Because these are the types of things that I think we need to do on an ongoing basis, not just one time.
Well, the 600 foot was developed the summer of 16, adopted in the summer of 16, and the intent behind that was just to begin to close the gaps in areas that are more urban versus more rural, and make that distinction, because we used to treat all areas the same, whether it was areas that specifically stated they didn't want streetlights because they enjoyed a more rural setting, they enjoyed the lack of light pollution, versus areas that did want that because they reflected a more urban area. But if there's concurrence from the court, I'm happy to work with with staff here in Public Works and see if we can evaluate that and bring back some considerations. Additional streetlights would, the courts made the determination to install LED lights, which are low. It's a higher cost for installation, but a lower operating cost, and so that's what we've been operating under. But we can see what adjusting the standard may mean and what fiscal impact that would have in terms of operating costs in the future.
The other thing is, I didn't see a lot here about, unless I missed it, street signals, or that's something that we're getting a lot more requests now that the area is becoming increasingly urbanized. But there's intersections where there's stops that really are just inadequate, and it's something that I think the county is going to have to get much more involved in, where we are going to have to start building street lights in these intersections that are heavily trafficked. Is that something that could be a part of this, and other traffic calming measures also? And that's in the time that I've been in office, it's been very difficult for me to get speed bumps, even though it's a common request. And things like street lights. And I don't know if we've really had a process to do it, but it's just something that's becoming an increasingly common request. But I don't know if there's sort of a more holistic approach to.
The neighborhood association framework, I think, provides an opportunity to evaluate how we look at what neighborhoods are requesting. The policy that was adopted by the court back in 2012 requires a certain amount of signatures from residents in the area if there's a request to do a traffic study, and then our GIS division of planning goes out and actually conducts a traffic study, and then the findings are evaluated by infrastructure services, and then there's a recommendation made whether to install or not install. But the neighborhood association program, if we were to develop something similar to the city, where there's actually a set amount of funds available, might be the medium to facilitate a lot of these requests, and then make determinations based on that. But you can also look at what the policy says, and if there's any need to revise it any further as well.
I think when it comes to speed bumps, I think the neighborhood associations would be certainly helpful, but I think there should probably be a more methodical approach when it comes to street lights, because ultimately it's a safety hazard, and we probably shouldn't wait for like a neighborhood association type thing to raise that to our attention, but maybe there should be proactive traffic studies, in the heavily trafficked areas, so that we can start identifying these before they become problem areas. And finally, I'm glad on the roadway asset management system. I'm really glad that that's being implemented. I think it's just it's a better way of keeping track of the inventory and the condition of the roads. But something the city of El Paso, when they did this, they made the mistake of not only looking. They just looked at the condition of the road, and that sort of guided their CIP, their street CIP. But they really didn't look at the volume. And so there's going to be some streets that are going to deteriorate at a faster rate due to volume, and I think hopefully that's something that we can include, that we just don't grade the condition based on what it currently is, but also measure the volume of traffic, so in that way we can predict that it might need repairs at a faster rate than some other.
And then, Fernie Hernandez is the one that's been overseeing the implementation of that. So.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. That is a good point, Commissioner. One of the things that we're implementing as part of the assessment is to do a rating based on the volume of traffic. So the roadways that have higher volumes of traffic flowing will have a more repetitive inspection period. Anything below C average at this point will get a repetitive inspection on a bi-yearly basis. Anything below a D will get a yearly revision of that inspection, just to make sure that it doesn't get out of control before we get to that point, and vice versa. The new roadways that get constructed that come on board as a classification A or level of A will get a third year inspection as a primary inspection, and then based on that rating, we'll be able to calculate the volume density versus the actual deterioration of the roadway, so that they'll be placed onto a different level of inspections.
Okay, great. And also, I guess as part of this, do we need to have to re-examine, I guess, the types of roads that we're constructing? And I know we've talked a little bit about this, but certainly in the more urbanized areas, I don't know if, and I'm not, I forget all the different types of roads, but I mean, typically we use, we construct a different type of road than what's typically used in the urban areas like the city of El Paso, correct? And
chip seals
and that's not right, and that's not what the city of El Paso uses for its residential areas, and those streets are a little bit more durable. I mean, they are a little bit more costly, but I mean, it's just we're a different county today than when we were 10 years ago. So is that a conversation that we're going to have to also have? I don't know if that's something that you all can bring forth, or something. Is that going to have to be a policy by the court in terms of changing the way that we build roads in El Paso County?
And definitely, we've talked about that and considering bringing this to the court during budget hearings to address the cost associated with an overlay, which is significantly more. And an example is we were talking to Commissioner Robinson yesterday and talking about overlaying a mile will cost approximately $125,000, as opposed to doing some type of chip seal, which would be anywhere from $30,000 a mile to $60,000 a mile. But we are considering that, and that's the information that we will provide the court so that the court can consider increasing our budget so that we could do a different type of paving, because right now we do the rural type of paving, and I know that a lot of times the constituents would like to see more of an overlay kind of paving than what we provide now.
Yeah, no, I think if there's definitely an urbanized area, I mean, we should use paving. That's more common in urban areas, and then certainly for rural areas, continue with the rural type paving. But those are the types of conversations. I've said El Paso County is changing, and those are the types of things that we need to discuss to change. But
and that's correct. One of the things that we're kind of implementing is new different types of methods, just because we know that the rural chip sealing is not effective where the urbanized areas are, because of the fact that we have a curb and gutter and driveways and drainage structures. That typically doesn't apply to chip seal or a double seal penetration on that. So that's why we've implemented some other actions like a fog seal, which is more of a oil-based emulsion that doesn't affect the grading too much, or the street characteristic. Ultimately, the fact that they do have curb and gutter and storm sewer infrastructure does not allow us to just go out there and lay a new coat on top of it. So we have to implement a new type of, they're called like scrub seals and stuff. So that's a different type of mixtures that we're already looking at to try to, not us specifically, but where other counties use it and other cities use it as well. But we've also started investigating, I guess, how to bring it into, set it up into a road maintenance plan. Basically, the whole intent is to be able to extend the life cycle of our roadways. A typical roadway without any maintenance will last 20 years based on our weather condition and traffic patterns here in El Paso. So the whole essence is to extend the life cycle at least maybe twice or 3 times its life cycle. So that's kind of what different methods that we're going to try to implement going forward to be able to preserve the road and extend the longevity of it so we don't have to do a very down reconstruction, demolition and reconstruction of the road.
So if you could, continue, if we can continue to have that discussion, it'd be very helpful.
Definitely. And something else that I wanted to just clarify, Jose mentioned that we're starting to see more LED lights throughout the county, and we are. But there's still some areas that the El Paso Electric does not support LEDs, so we have to go with whatever options are available in those areas. And something else, I think on the traffic signals that you talked about, Commissioner, we have started to evaluate those, and those require typically a traffic study and that we meet certain criteria. And just to get an idea on how much those traffic lights cost, it's in excess of $250,000 per traffic light, just to get an idea.
Right.
And so one of the big things on the conversations we've had is that any changes to these policies obviously have there's a capital one-time cost, and then there's also an ongoing maintenance cost. And in a couple of weeks we'll be presenting a subdivision variance request, and Parks has evaluated the estimated impact to their operating expense just to make the court aware on an ongoing basis of where we are. And so it's important that this, for the success of the plan as it moves forward, for the court to be made aware of not only the capital cost but also the maintenance issues. Even when we're discussing issues related to sidewalks, right now we can construct the best sidewalks, but if we don't have a clear determination whether the county or the property owner where the sidewalk is located will be responsible for the maintenance, there's uncertainty, and so there's a huge potentially there's a operational impact that may not necessarily be evaluated. So when we look to these, we'll ensure that we provide an estimate on what that may mean, so that way in case the court makes a policy decision to move forward one way or the other, whenever there's accompanying budget impact, we ensure that the court has understood where that budget increase request originated from and as a result of a policy decision.
And finally, in having the joint standards, with the cities, and I brought this up previously, but is this the appropriate place to where we bring up the possibilities that, well, we should have joint standards in certain areas? I do think that we do have to do a better job of controlling sprawl. And should some of these neighborhoods that, in outlying areas, particularly east of 375, should they be more suburban, where perhaps the lot size, isn't as small, and, where you have as much density in these areas? I think there's definitely room to collaborate with the city and have the same standards, but it's just, I wonder if there's some parts of, the community that should probably be more suburban and less dense.
Right. So the standards refer to some of the areas, the common things like our sidewalk widths, the compaction rates that's necessary for utility infrastructure, the size of retention and detention basins, the number of inlets and everything else that are required to move stormwater to those basins. And so as those design standards are being updated, a lot of that is used not only to evaluate the plan when they're submitted, but also used by our inspectors when they're actually on the field conducting the inspection of the construction of a subdivision. So as that's moving forward, I think our process will be to continue to evaluate the variance policy process, and then if there's a tool or a mechanism that we can present to the courts, we'll present some options related to what the what a change in policy would be and what the impact, the estimated impact may be, and then we can probably take a few months to put together some information and come back again on a Thursday meeting and present that information.
Yeah. I hope we do have further conversations about lot sizes.
Yeah, I agree, Mr. Perez, something that I've harped on a lot, especially recently, is that, as the unincorporated areas of the county become more urbanized, it's unsustainable for us to provide all of the services, and the city is definitely not going to be looking to annex anything because it means they're going to have to pay more. And so, we need to do, I guess there's nothing we can do right now for the growth that's already been happening, but at some point we need to make a definitive decision on whether or not we want to start disincentivizing sprawl and development out there, because it's going to run us into the ground. And we're already seeing it with the stormwater money that we're going to have to put up. And that's $100 million, and that's all of I think that's happened because of the sprawl and the development out there, and the issues that it's caused with the drainage and the arroyos and things like that. And so, we don't have a lot. We're very limited to what we can do, but we can, talk about making the lot sizes much larger so that it could possibly deter further development.
And it's less dense.
And it's less dense.
Yes. There's a few things that come into play there, and there's a variance policy, which is a subset of the subdivision order. There's also the model subdivision rules, or the MSRs, that were developed in the late 80s, early 90s, and were a set of standards that were enacted to stop the proliferation of colonias, to ensure that there was a minimum lot size, and the water and wastewater service was provided to each lot, and there were minimum setbacks adopted in the MSRs. And so the timing is appropriate for us to take a look at that. That's something the court wants to look at, because it may require a legislative update to actually make that change, because we'll have to coordinate closely with the county attorney's office in terms of any changes and what the impact would be on the model subdivision rules, and if there's any changes that we may want to pursue at that time. And
I think we also need to look at, either creating a policy when it comes to the variances, because every time we have a variance, we just approve it. I don't think we've ever not approved a variance.
Right.
At least since I've been in office. I don't know before that, but that's another thing that we need to look at is, what's going to be our policy when it comes to approving variances, because we're just fomenting and incentivizing the further development and the further sprawl by just allowing everybody to get their variance requests stamped and out of the way.
So if a landowner comes in and they want to submit a plat for a subdivision and they meet the current minimum standards for the county, which are effectively the model subdivision rules that are in the water code, the Texas Water Code, the county can't ask them to provide parks, can ask them to provide streetlights, sidewalks, the amenities that help to develop a vibrant neighborhood or a vibrant community. Through the variance process, there is some guidance on if a developer wants to vary from the standards and reduce the minimum lot size to whatever they may be proposing within the guidelines that are allowed in the policy. As a result of that, the county expects for the installation of sidewalks, landscape medians. So there's a balance to strike there in terms of developing the vibrant communities and also needing to possibly amend the lot size and everything else. But our staff has worked on collaboratively assessing all the variance requests that have been approved by the Commissioners Court going back to 2014. And so I'm just finalizing and reviewing those, and then I'll provide those in a weekly highlight to the Commissioners Court, so you'll have the ability to look at all the variances that have been approved and the distribution of lot sizes to see how many lot sizes fall within the various categories that are allowed by the policy.
Sorry, one more thing, public safety and firearms discharge. That's another issue that we worked on a couple of years ago when we were getting a lot of complaints regarding, so out in the unincorporated areas, it's sort of the Wild West, where there's large swaths of land and people go shooting out there, and there's homes nearby. And we were considering at one point doing a court order that would essentially ban I mean, we're really limited. We have no ordinance making authority, but in working with the county attorney's office at the time, and the district attorney and the sheriff, this was at the time, I think, an option where we could pass a court order. Is that something that, under public safety and things like that, you could look at, perhaps identify areas for the court to consider, a firearms ban, or perhaps just a blanket ban in unincorporated areas? Because the district attorney did say that they would prosecute those cases, and the sheriff would also enforce.
So when I was in the commissioner's office, that was something that we had looked at and worked on. I'll have to take a look and pick that back up. So I'll touch base with George on seeing whatever information we had put together then. I do recall there being a requirement that the land had to be platted and reported with the county. And so while oftentimes the fractionalized lot ownership and the paper plats in the east side are viewed as a nuisance, the county's trying to deter. In this case, they may end up being something that could prevent the discharge of firearms. And we were just having this discussion this past week, actually, because one of our property donation requests was being inspected by our GIS division, and they were out there with our drone, and they weren't actually able to fly the property because of the fact that someone was discharging firearms, and the proximity of the city and the urban areas. It was maybe about half a mile away from the intersection of Belicano and Darrington. So very close to the city limits, so it's not as though they were near the county line. So we can look at what properties might be eligible and then follow up with your office and see whatever information we may be able to provide to facilitate that as well.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Yes. In relation to the issue about variances,
yes, sir.
You say you have not disapproved of it.
Yeah,
so the question is, when it's related to streetlights in a development, it's cheaper to have streetlights put in when you build that development,
right? As
opposed to coming back at a later date to put in streetlights.
Yes, sir.
So I think we need to look at that because it's related to cost. Because it is very expensive. If you say you don't have enough streetlights now, but now, so you have to, your community said we need streetlights. I think it's well over $1,000 for one streetlight right now. So I'd like you guys to take a look at that.
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you, when the utilities come along and they dig up one of our streets to put whatever work they would be doing, what are we requiring them to do once they finish their work that they're doing?
Up until about 2 years ago, the county hadn't really exercised the authority that it had. There was a road cut permit that is authorized under the Transportation Code that was adopted approximately 2 years ago, and then just this past summer, Public Works also adopted a road inspection and maintenance fee, and that fee is based on an estimate of the proportional impacts that road cut has on the quality of the roadway. So people do have to come in. There is a different cost if they come in before they actually do the cut. It's lower than if they come in, if one of our inspectors notices they're doing work without a permit and then they come in to request a permit after the fact, they do have to pay a higher cost.
So the utilities got to come and get a permit?
Yes, but by statute, telecommunications are exempt from paying any fees. So anything involving fiber optic, phone lines, those utilities do not have to pay a fee.
So who pays the fee?
Water districts, El Paso Water, and there's some carve-outs. If there's a project that's installing first-time water or first-time wastewater project in an area, there may be, the court may opt to reduce the fee because of the benefit to quality of life and safety and health. But ultimately, if someone, for example, buys a lot and needs to connect to water and wastewater, and they need to run a line from their home to the street, and they need to cut part of the street open, the individual property owner would have to pay the county because they cut the road open. At the same time, if utility wanted to replace a water main within the street and it had to cut the road open, they would have to pay the county as well.
How much?
I don't have the figures. Again, one of them is a flat fee of the permit is $250 or $500, depending if it's before or after. The other one that is proportional to the size would depend on how big of a trench they need to dig and how long they needed to cut open the roadway. So I can provide. We were just having a discussion about that as well this morning. So I will provide a copy of that to you in your office as well, so you can understand the costs associated with that.
Well, yeah, I need to better understand the cost. I kind of do understand the cost, because if you say they pay a fee, as it relate to how much it costs to resurface that area,
right?
That there's a big difference.
No, yes, sir. So there's a flat fee, and then for the larger ones, like the ones you're discussing, where there's cutting a road open, trenching, and installing and replacing a line. Our senior civil engineer for development looked at the cost in consultation with a private sector engineer who part of this committee that looked at these fees to estimate what the cost would be. And it was actually modeled after what the city had done in terms of recouping some of those costs. So there has been collaboration in terms of looking at what the city's done and how they base their fees to estimate what the impact is to the county's rights of way.
Well, okay. Here's what I want you guys to take a look at.
Yes, sir.
As it relates to what we're doing here at the county and what the city does and what the city require the utilities to do when they come in and cut up our roadway. Now, the permit fee is one thing, but fixing the road to put it back in the same condition it was. Basically, what we were, and I don't think the city changed their policy, but we required them to resurface that entire portion up. I can't remember what the distance is, but it's not just this one piece. There was a certain distance that they had. We required them to resurface the whole road. Say, for example, if we take this street out here and they dug up the middle of it, well, from this block to this block to the corner, we required them to resurface the whole area.
Right.
Okay. So, in other words, the street will be as in good condition or better than before they dug it up.
Right. Yes, sir. And the policy for that permit, which measures the impact they're having when they dig up or cut up the road that way, does account for the fact that the circumstance may arise where they disturb more than 50% of the road, and they would be required to completely repave and reconstruct the entire road in those circumstances. So that is accounted for. But we'll make sure that we take a look just to make sure that we're capturing that, and then I'm happy to provide you in your office a copy of the
Once
policy.
again, we require them to do it in all cases, not in some cases.
Oh, okay. Okay. And then
it does not matter what the utility was, whether it be the water utility, the gas, the
right.
That does not matter.
Right.
Because the thing is, it costs us more when you guys just go to resurface the road. How much it's going to cost you guys to resurface that road based on the fact that they tore it up? So the small fee that you get from them does not compare to what it costs you to resurface.
Right. Right. Yes, sir. And so we'll make sure that we verify that. We are limited in a lot of our authority and guided rather by state statute, and so the authority to collect these fees and require these permits are rooted within the transportation and the local government code, and those specific statutes exempt certain utilities such as the telecommunications. It's just a matter of state law and the ability for the telecommunications industry to pursue legislation that exempts them from paying the county any fees like these.
Do they pay impact fee?
No, the county doesn't have authority to collect impact fees either.
Get away with murder. Okay. Take a look at that.
Yes, sir. We will.
The Pettis was talking about speed humps on our roadways. Now, when you talk about the neighborhood associations, there was, I think we allocated per year for the neighborhood association was $100,000. And it was kind of competitive where they had to apply for kind of like a grant. But the issue with the speed humps That fell in the category of the traffic management system. So it was totally separate from the money that was allocated for the neighborhood associations. So we follow those guidelines based on his question about street humps in the various neighborhoods.
So there is a specific set aside within the current public works budget to install speed humps or any other traffic control devices, but there hasn't been there's been some utilization of that, and so as we formally move forward with looking at establishing neighborhood associations, we want to see what the options are and if there's a need to create a separate fund or increase the existing fund for neighborhood traffic control and other neighborhood-oriented projects. That's something that we can look at and bring back options to the court for the court's decision to do that.
Once again, you do not have to have a neighborhood association to get a speed hump put on the street. Now, you have a certain number of people that live in that neighborhood, and like for the city require, I think, if I remember correctly, I have an application in my car, but I believe it's 6 signatures for people that live on that particular street. Now, of course, now you need to do a traffic study before you go out, just arbitrarily just put the speed humps out there. And you got speed humps and you got speed bumps. So there are different types of traffic control devices that you put out on various streets.
Right. I think currently the county requires 10 signatures from property owners in the area, and to install the speed humps. Based on earlier, if there's again concurrence from the court, we can look and see how we can update the policy and then come back with options related to establishing a separate fund for these, and then separate from the neighborhood association fund that we may look to establish in the future. Right now, we don't have anything formally for neighborhood associations, and look to see what that could mean. But the intent here is just to create behind the associations is to create a streamlined process where formal groups of residents who collectively get together as part of for example, the SO's Neighborhood Watch program, they may have the ability to say, you know what, we need a speed hump on these following streets, and upon maybe voting by the association, that would be sufficient to trigger the request for a traffic study. And so those are some of the updates that we're looking to see how they can, how that framework might influence the speed hump policy, but recognize the need to have a separate funding policy that's based on a technical evaluation.
I would not be inclined to tie it totally to a neighborhood association because we have a lot of areas where there's no neighborhood association. But it impacts the people that live on that street. Mm-hmm. Now, one of the issues that we run into when we talk about the speed bumps, is that some people may not want that speed bump or speed hump in front of their house. Mm-hmm. So that's one issue that you have to deal with, that you encounter when you go out there talking about that. And then the traffic lights that Commissioner Petty was talking about as far as the requirement. Now, do we have any our roadways that connect with textile roadways?
Yes, we do, and we have we're growing the number of streetlights, traffic control streetlights, especially along the new construction that's occurring along East Lake, and so as that number increases, we are maintaining streetlights. I know, for example, the city of Socorro, all the streetlights within the city are operated by TxDOT because it's strictly with intersecting North Loop, Alameda, or Socorro Road. That's not the case for the county. The county does have streetlights that we do operate and maintain. And a few years ago, we installed the first one and threw a little bit of a party because it was an exciting measure of the progress that the county had made that we had a streetlight. But we're growing that number with all of our new street projects.
Yeah. When I was the city representative for Northeast El Paso, you go further out Dyer, which is built up a whole lot now, but before Dyer and Engolo, the city did not put their street lights because Dyer is a textile roadway, so I was able to encourage TxDOT to put a traffic light at Dyer and Engolo. So same thing applies when some areas where that's when I asked the question: do we have any roadways that connect with TxDOT roadway.
And we do have a really positive collaborative relationship with the local district of TxDOT.
Right.
And we've been able to request, safety improvements to some of the county roads that intersect with, with the state highway infrastructure in the community. And, like in Westwood, for example, we've been working on coordinating some additional exits out of the community onto the gateway because of the need to have an alternate route out of Westway. So the positive working relationship we have with them allows us to have that dialogue, that discussion with them. So if there's ever any circumstance like that comes up, we can coordinate with the district for those.
Thank you.
I don't know if this is a question for you, Jose, or for Norma, but do we have some type of a policy that determines when we build a road or a bridge versus when we bid it out? And there's a reason for the question, because I've had suppliers that have come up and feel that they're competing for, they should be building and constructing and we should be maintaining the roads. But I don't know if there's some kind of policy that determines that.
So for all of our long-term and our transportation planning efforts, including all the projects within the county mobility plan or any project that's funded through the El Paso MPO with federal or state funding that the county manages, those, especially the ones following federal dollars, those all have to follow a procurement process where they are going out for bid for reconstruction, widening, or new construction. In terms of the other work that infrastructure services handle, I'm not as familiar with the process and determination on when a road is done in-house versus bid out. And Mr. Fernandez would be the more appropriate person to speak to that.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, once again. On these, we treat them on a case-by-case basis. One of the initiatives that we have is to make sure that every roadway or every resident has access to the roadway, which is either a gravel roadway, a chip seal, a double penetration, or an HMAC roadway. So basically, once these little individual roads are assessed at that time, we determine what the current condition is and if it needs to be upgraded based on the density. And then we'll analyze if it's a low intensity use, then we'll go with either a chip seal or a double penetration if it has more commercial vehicles. And then it progresses after that. So there's a set of standards that we put together that gives us that determination. Of course, we don't have the capability to do major HMAC insulation, which is the thicker section. So once it's determined that it's required at that point, then it'll go through the other process of actually getting the full design, construction, and bidding out at that point. But if it's mostly for a residential use, that's to upgrade from a gravel road to a paved surface, then we'll do that in-house ourselves.
Has that concern surfaced in your department where there's, feel they're competing against the county instead of, it's better to utilize them because they have the material, they have the equipment, they have the specs and that kind of. Is that something that was isolated or random that came up to me, or is it something that's been in the forefront?
Well, we haven't heard that because most of the roadways that we construct are in small segments. I know that over the past 3 years, we've only constructed 8.5 miles of roadway. The majority of it came from a reconstruction of 1.5 mile long and then a 2 mile long section that had been, as a paper plat, and so it was done as a separate collaboration with the owners, and so it was done where they purchased the material and then we did the actual installation of the material just based on the collaboration at that point. But all the other ones that we do are typically between a quarter to half mile segments, just to make sure that residential neighborhoods get the access, or where old roads have been terminated and the growth has sprawled beyond that point. So we'll go ahead and build up the little portion that extends to the sprawling community so they can have access.
And Judge, I've been a proponent of bidding these kind of jobs out. We have a large program, a large project coming up over in Square Dance, where you've offered to take me to actually see, because I don't know the difference between chip seal and the other. And I'm just very concerned, as been voiced before, that we will build something, then after a short time we have to maintain and maintain and maintain, instead of doing the expensive part and really save money in the long run.
And with any roadway, you know, once it becomes into the county network, there's always going to be maintenance just to be able to extend that longevity. I think on average right now, we want to try to do some sort of a pavement preservation treatment on a roadway within the initial 5 years, just to be able to make sure that there's no cracking, no sprawling that's starting to happen. And then after that, you know, based on the condition, we'll upgrade or downgrade the treatments in order to extend that longevity. And that's part of the, I guess, the master analysis that we're looking at. With anything, you know, the less maintenance that you put into it, the more you have to pay in the long term to reconstruct it. And so that's one of the things that we want to get, I guess, in the habit of doing as good practices, to be able to spend a little bit of money now to be able to extend the life of our roadway, so we don't have to come back and do major reconstruction and demolition and reconstruction.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then if I may, Jesus on our staff, who's vigilant watching the meeting, emailed me the permit fee information, and I'll forward this to your office. But just so the court's aware, the different fees and permits that are attached, that are required of various individuals who disturb the county's rights of way, the impact of what fees they need to pay is based on the area of the disturbance. So if it's a disturbance to the right of way less than 300 square feet, they have to pay one flat fee. If it exceeds that, which a major utility would, we look at the condition of the road. We look at the type of material the road is made of. You know, whether it's asphalt or whether it's a concrete road, which will be constructing concrete roads that will be maintained by the county moving forward, and also the size of the disturbance. And so all of those are calculated to determine what their repair needs to be, and then what the fee needs to be. Because obviously, even though they make a repair, they've still compromised the integrity of the roadway. And so that revenue is, when it's collected, is collected and noted and flagged by the auditor, and then set aside into the special road and bridge revenue account that's used by infrastructure services for the maintenance of all of our county roads.
Thank you for the information, but I still like the idea that they do the resurfacing of that portion of the immediate area, and I'll get the information as far as the distance. I can't remember how far it is that we require them to do that, because it'd be more expensive for you to resurface that road with that fee, the small fee that they're paying,
right,
versus okay, no, you're gonna resurface that entire road.
Right. And so they do both. I just want to make it clear that they do resurface the part that they disturbed and the additional area if necessary, as determined by our engineer, and then they do also provide the fee that then is set aside for future maintenance.
So what's the distance?
But I don't know so a lot of times it's based on the area that they disturbed. So what I can do is I can get more information related to that and then provide that with you. And then any information that you may have, happy to meet and discuss what our options may be. And then if there's an opportunity to revise the policy and bring it back before the court, be happy to do that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Well said. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 7, receive a presentation from the Public Works Department, Facilities Management Division on the county building and facilities upgrade, condition report, planning, and funding.
For the record, Norma Rivera Palacios with the Public Works Department, and joining me this afternoon is Robin Sally, Facilities Director. This project was developed to meet the goals set forth during strategic planning. This was to evaluate buildings and facilities and consider upgrades. We have information that includes a condition report, plan, and funding. We have prepared and compiled a lot of data related to our facilities, the state of our facilities, what needs to be addressed, and Excel spreadsheet. We have 20 years of data compiled. We're not going to show you all the 20 years, but have some sample data in this presentation. But I do want sometime during the presentation to give you a glimpse of the data that we have compiled, because this is real important as we come back during budget hearings and requested either through CIP or during budget hearings additional funding to address the needs to maintain our buildings properly. At this point, I'll turn it over to Mr. Sali, and he'll move forward with his presentation.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Robin Sully, Director of Facility Maintenance. This afternoon, I will present to you a presentation as normally stated, the El Paso County buildings and facility upgrade. I will use the strategic goal as my foundation as to why we are trying to attempt to grow. Our goal, okay, is we strive to provide quality professional service to maintain the county facilities. I'd like to focus your attention on the two phrases that are highlighted in red, which is saying preserving our past and planning for our future. That is our foundation, preserving our past and planning for our future. And respectfully, I ask that you keep that phrase in your mind throughout this presentation. I would use the maintenance plan to illustrate the status of our facilities. I will talk about how we identify the county facilities and buildings. I will use show you the life cycle of the county facilities. I will illustrate the different types of building maintenances that we use. Show you how we prioritize our maintenance work. I will also identify facilities and the upgrades that they need. And we will identify the cost associated with the maintenance and how we schedule maintenance based on funding. The county buildings and facilities, we have approximately 64 facilities that we actually own. Out of those 64, we use 62 of those facilities. The number of the county buildings that are leased outside the agency are 2. Those 2 facilities are the Clint Nutritional Center and the San Elizario Community Center. We provide responsible maintenance for approximately 53 facilities. We also use 2 buildings that are used by JP1 on executive, and we have another small facility out in that location used by the Sheriff Department. We also do partial maintenance on 10 other facilities as well. This is an important slide. I'd like to focus your attention on this slide. If you look on the left-hand side, you will notice that this is the year that all the facilities are built. On the right-hand side, it tells you exactly when they reach their 75-year life cycle. I particularly highlighted the first 2 up top because those 2 has expired their life cycle. The first one is the Los Portales Museum, which says 1925 that it expired its life cycle. And you have the MDR, which expired in 2004. The other facilities, we still have a lot of time left on the life cycle. However, if you look on the left again, I'll focus your attention on the fact that these buildings are anywhere from 3, even though it says 75 years, it's from 3 to 169 years old. And I'm saying that because the Los Portales Museum was built in 1850 and it is over 169 years. You will hear me mention the Los Portales Museum throughout this presentation because I have a personal concern in reference to that particular facility. The type of maintenance, types of buildings and maintenance that we use. We encounter several types of maintenance every day, every hour, 7 days a week. I will give you an example of each one of these. The first one is the unexplained maintenance. When we talk about unexplained maintenance, that's basically maintenance performed without planning, and it could be related to unexpected breakdowns or repairs. Just to give you an example of that would be, for example, the glass building here. We have gaskets that are falling out of this glass building. The gaskets in between the glass. Well, that's an unexpected maintenance. So what we need to do on that, we need to get a contractor to come in here and reseal those glass. That's unexpected maintenance. We didn't expect that to happen. That's what we consider as unexpected maintenance. Another one would be a roof leak. We live in a climate that it doesn't really rain that much. So in order to identify a roof leak, unless it's leaked in the previous, we have to look for signs of leak or wait till it rains. And when it rains, that's when we have to go and do maintenance on that particular roof. The other corrective maintenance is maintenance happens when something is broke and needs to be fixed and replaced. But sometimes you know, when we can fix things and we still can function, but we still need to go back and fix that particular item that is broken. For example, I will use the chillers. The chillers are the equipment that is used to cool this particular building. We have 3. So if one go down, the other 2 can still function properly, but you won't get the full capacity or maximum air that's flowing through the building. So sooner or later, we have to go back and fix that 3rd one that go down, that one that went down. That's corrective maintenance. Emergency maintenance. Emergency maintenance, I'm going to put myself out there and say I consider emergency maintenance such as elevators. Okay? We've been having a big major problem with the elevators. So emergency maintenance to me would be something if the elevator is not functioning, somebody get entrapped on the elevator, can't get out, especially if we have people coming here over the weekend. So that is an emergency, and it's one of my pet peeves personally. So we go around in the mornings, we check the elevators, we monitor the elevators in the evening when people leave. I personally go down out there to the garage just to monitor the elevators because the elevator has been a big problem. I look at that as an emergency. Planned maintenance. Planned maintenance like preventive maintenance. We require that all of our maintenance personnel, when they use the county vehicles, preventive maintenance. Before they start their vehicle up, they do a walk around preventive check, making sure the lights are working, no lights are cracked, no cracked lens, windshield is not cracked, tires, make sure the vehicle has oil, things of that nature, to prevent it from breaking down. That's what we use for preventive maintenance. And I'm just giving those to you as an example. We encounter these particular maintenance every day. The maintenance levels for each building. Before I explain how we rate the buildings, one of our other particular goals is we strive to provide safety to our facilities, making sure that they are safe for our occupants. That's one of our goals. The other one is security, making sure that these buildings are secure. 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. We make sure that when we do the work in these facilities, the maintenance in this work, the work is done at a quality and it meets the standards. Meeting standards doesn't mean it meets my particular standards or the standards in the book, but we're also in compliance with different rules and regulations and certifications. I'll give you an example. I go back to the elevators. We make sure that our elevators are being inspected in a timely manner and they have the seal and the certificates up in the elevators. We rate our buildings as follows. What we consider is we have 4 different categories. A low rate meaning the condition of the building, minor repairs can be addressed as issues. A medium is the building is in need of repairs. A high means that the building is deteriorating, run down, poor condition, restoration is required. And then you have some buildings that are actually beyond this, but they're still functioning, and we call it if failing, we need to do some work on it. Before I go any further, can I have you go to the 20-year maintenance plan, please?
Want me to scroll all the way up?
Yes. Right there. What we have is a 20-year maintenance plan, and as Norm had mentioned earlier, we extract some of this information for this particular presentation. This maintenance plan actually shows you what type of building it is, when the building was built, what parts need to be replaced, the age of that particular part, whether it's the roof, or whether it's an elevator, or whether it's furnishing updates. And we also have a quote over there to the far right. It tells you basically what that quote is going to cost to repair that building. Keep in mind that those quotes they can vary because those quotes could change based on when we get those particular projects worked off. Could you go back to the presentation?
If you could click on the little worksheets so that the court gets an idea of the data that we've compiled. So we have this available on the worksheets, Abby, in the bottom.
Oh, down here.
Yes.
Okay, which one?
So I think we're clicking the same.
Click on the building.
One. Okay,
It's
the
on
building.
Life cycle.
Yes, that's where it has
Okay.
it.
This is our life cycle. If you look to the far left, right there, it tells you the type of building. For example, the courthouse, and it's ranked as a high. Life cycle is 20 years, and the particular item we're talking about is the diesel fire pump. Let's just give you an example. That's how you read that particular chart. Can you scroll down to number 12? I'm sorry, yeah, 12. MDR, just another one. Hot water system. That is ranked as high. 20 years. Life cycle, and we go to the far right, tells you it takes us about $60,000 to replace that.
And I think in meeting with you, Commissioner Leon, you had asked about the windows for the MDR, and they're here in what year? 2020?
Yeah, I have that on my presentation. I will brief that as well.
So you'll be able to see, but we have gone through all county buildings and identified what will be needed, what type of replacements need to happen in order for us to avoid having to just address issues as they come up instead of having planned for it and have funds to address the issues before we're having to come to the court for funding.
Yes.
2021. So the windows are in 2021.
We took the initiative to extract some of that information from the data sheets, and this is basically just a small portion. We went out to about 2021. This right here only goes up to 2020. I'd like to focus your attention again up on the third one that says Los Portales Museum, 19 years of age as far as the Adobe repair. Okay, I'm going to show you what that means because we have a lot of areas in the museum that are actually deteriorating. I also like to focus your attention down at the bottom where it says MDR. It has an age of 90 years. We're talking about the sewer pipes there. Every so often, the employees down there with the sewer pipes sends off a foul odor down there, so we have to go down there and more or less pour like liquid down in the drains and all. But those sewer pipes are over 90 years old. And these are just some of the challenges that we encounter on these facilities that are outdated as far as their age. Okay, as you noticed, I've been mentioning the Los Portales Museum throughout this particular presentation. What I like to focus your attention on is the picture on your far left is the outside area around that particular area. Right now it looks good, but during the raining season, when it rains, that street floods. And when that street floods, the water runs into the museum. The picture on the far right is the outcome of what happens when the water runs into that museum. Los Portales Museum, I don't really need to say, but I'm just going to say that thousands of people visit this museum throughout the year. They come in because they celebrate certain holidays such as Christmas, Thanksgiving, Veterans Day, and other holidays. They come through the museum and they go on the website and they talk about how well they had a good time and how well they observed everything in the museum, the artifacts. But this picture over to the far right is not what we want them to see. That is not a representation of the county. And that is my concern, and I have taken a personal interest in this particular facility to start doing some work. We currently getting ready to get a contractor to come out to look at the street because from what I was told about 3 weeks ago, I went out there and visited. I was told that vendors come out there doing certain events and truck vendors, and when they take the grease from cooking, they pour it down into the sewage. And now that's happened over the years, and it has clogged the drainage system out there. So now we're going to have someone to come out, look at that, and give us an estimate what it's cost to repair that. I think that would be the first step in order to prevent any future water going into these facilities. And then we will focus on the walls. Here is our proposed CIP for 2021. I'd like to focus your attention on a few of them. We have the county courthouse. We mentioned the glass, the window glass gaskets in the glass. These windows are like 29 years old. Therefore, the gaskets are deteriorating. Some of them are falling out, and we need to get those replaced. I'm going back to the Latalis Museum again. This time I'm going to the roof. The roof is 19 years old. That needs to be replaced because it is leaking, and some of it is coming apart. I'd like to also focus your attention down to the MDR building. As I mentioned earlier, this building is like 85 years old. The windows there. Those windows, they're not falling apart, but the installation and just the sealing of those windows need to be replaced. Talking 85 years. That particular CIP request, we're asking for over $1 million. That is if we had to repair all of those deficiencies, those projects. The jails. I propose CIP for the jails. I'd like to, I won't go over all of these for time consuming, but I will talk about maybe a couple of them. I'd like to focus your attention on the second one, which is the Sheriff Detention Facility. It's the electrical main switch is over 36 years old. That's a switch that actually transferred the city power over to the power to the jails. If that particular switch goes out, it's no longer in inventory. Part for that is very hard to find. Very hard to find. It is 36 years old. So we put it on our CIP proposal to more or less bring it to up to date and replace it. I also like to talk about, I'm still staying with the Sheriff Detention Center and go down to the one right below it where it says the fire alarm system. Notice under the category it says life safety. That means if that fire alarm goes off, or if it goes out rather, that is outdated. Parts for that would be hard to find, very obsolete, no longer in inventory. And these are some of the major problems that we have throughout all the facilities in the county, even here in the county courthouse. Staying with the jail for CIP 2021, I'd like to go back up to the first three and address, we stand with the Sheriff Detention Facility. We're looking at the elevators. There's a total of 5 elevators. They need to be modernized. They are at the age 36 years old. Okay, we need to more or less bring those up to date. Below that, we have, again, another life safety, which is the generator 1 and generator 2. Both of these generators are backup generators that supplies power to the sheriff jails. The ones we have in place now are currently outdated. As you can see, they're 28 years old. And we're asking for over $3 million to replace, to more or less fulfill the projects on this particular year. Here we made a proposal for capital improvement. This just is a chart that shows you basically, shows you how we maneuver through the years. In year 2020, we've been asking for, I would say, a little over $2.3 million. And this is for, I'm just going to mention a couple of them. The Los Potales, we're looking at more or less correcting some of those deficiencies for over $250,000. The MDR sewer pipes that I mentioned with the foul odor that comes out, these pipes are over 70-some years old. We're looking at over $500,000. They're just to mention a couple of for that. If you notice the drop in 2023, we have a low drop. That's because we know over the years, 21 and 22, we know that it's going to take a couple of years. If we were to start the projects in 2020, we know it's going to take a couple of years to more or less refurbish the budget and get more funding. So what we did was we put down there on 2023 MDR parking lot, which is averaging about $50,000.
Something else I might add is we spaced them out this way because we wouldn't have the staff to do the project management of all the projects that we're proposing. And so allowing for that time, it will allow us to take on the other projects and not overcommit with the staff that we currently have.
It would definitely spread us thin. So it kind of went up and down. The jails, proposed capital improvements. As you noticed in 2021, we have a high peak. That's because we're looking at that main switch that I was explaining to you, the main electrical switch. That's about $300,000. Then we are talking about the fire alarm system. The fire alarm system is something like $1.4 million. That's for the fire alarm system. In 2023, you notice it peaks down real low. The only thing we have going on for 2023 is we have several AC units throughout the facilities that are overdue for replacement. Our preventive maintenance strategy. We have several strategies that we have in place that we basically use to maintain maintenance with facilities and in some cases to prevent maintenance. Number one, we perform preventive maintenance on 15 to 25 facilities per quarter. That's just facility maintenance, not including the jail maintenance. The jail average twice that many per jail during the quarters. So I only put down what facility does. Preventive maintenance, we have a preventive maintenance manual. In that manual will tell us how to do preventive maintenance checks, what to check, and we also have a preventive maintenance checklist. Tell us what to look for. For example, if one of our technicians go on site, even though he may be going to replace a window, you still check for signs of checking the roof or any kind of checking the ceilings for leaks or looking at the outlets for any type of burnage, sickness, signs or anything of that nature. Preventive maintenance checks. I kind of got ahead of myself. That's basically what he does. He goes around checking the facility, doing walk around. Just like I said, we require for them for the vehicles. Same thing with the buildings. We do walk around. We check for unusual signs of any kind of burns or electrical burns or leaks or pipes leaking or rust, corrosion, deterioration. I've also introduced you to the facility maintenance management 20-year plan, equipment plan. I pulled some of that, extract some of that from the main data sheet and put it on the presentation just to show you where we stand with a lot of the equipment and the addition of these facilities. We also are in the process of purchasing an asset management software. Now, asset management software is basically it's a program that helps departments maintain records, inventory, equipment, facilities, and buildings. Buildings is tangible items, and intangible items could be things like financial records and things of that nature. It also, some of the benefits that comes with that is time. It saves time for us, saves time for my people. It provides us, it tracks historical data, such as what you've seen up there on those spreadsheets. It also gives our employees empowerment. If our employees, if they're in the field, they can go on a notepad or whatever, and they can pull up any data, any information on that particular facility versus call back to the shop or coming back to the shop pulling up on the computer and looking it up. It helps us manage our projects better than what we're doing today. Also, it helps us plan visually on a timeline. We like to think that we try to work on a timeline. Everything we do, we try to work on a timeline and a schedule. More or less, if we have to do a job, particular project, we like to provide a schedule. How long is it going to take? When are we going to start? What is the impact it's going to have on that particular facility and that particular customer that's occupying that building? And it centralizes communication in one place. Even though we're more or less spread out throughout the day from northeast to the west, all the way out to Clinton and all the information is being centralized back to facility maintenance, to us, and we can see it. The key to all this, to make this successful, is from the managers down to the maintenance personnel, we have to continuously feed the information into the system. And we are currently looking for a bidder to provide us something that can accommodate all our needs on this.
What do you have now? How do you manage your assets now? It's just manual? It's just uploading information and
Yes, sir. It's basically manual. A spreadsheet. We upload all our projects on a spreadsheet and try to keep up with them.
Yeah. If you want to achieve preventive maintenance, obviously you would need that. It'd be real difficult to go into, some companies go into not only preventive but predictive maintenance, and the only way you can do that is you have an asset management software to be able to get to that level, but it saves you a lot of money because you're anticipating situations versus being reactive to it.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Judge. Viviana with Facility Maintenance. One of the main components of this asset management is that we'll be getting a building assessment. That's one of the things that we look forward to, is to have a comprehensive building assessment that will get all of our equipment loaded initially so that we can inventory correctly, so that we know when PMs are coming up. Even though we try our best and strive to have everything, there's going to be certain components that we're lacking, and it's just human error. So we're trying to alleviate all of that, and that's going to be part of the bid.
Yeah, with that many facilities, your efficiency will just kick in. I mean, it's very difficult to do as many buildings as you showed and facilities to do that on a manual basis.
Correct.
Pretty difficult.
And so we've actually started to evaluate the asset management software. We're working with purchasing department to identify the correct one for the county at this point.
Thank you. Maintenance upgrade plan for 2019. I just want to go over some of the plans and the upgrades that we are actually getting ready to do for the facilities. I will start with the top. We're looking at more or less upgrading our fire alarm system for the courthouse. The prices is to the right. I won't quote those. We're also looking at upgrading the VAV boxes. The VAV boxes, I will come before you probably in another few weeks, asking for funding for that. The VAV boxes, the ones we have in place now, the mechanisms inside of those are obsolete. We have approximately 469 of them in this building that keeps this building cool, controls the temperatures. Another one I wanted to focus your attention on, I won't go over all of these, is number 8. The elevator modernization. They've already started in a way. They started refurbishing the motors by cleaning out the gears and all on the motor. They did that about 2 weeks ago. You're going to start seeing ThyssenKrupp come in next month in February, bringing in equipment. They're going to modernize. They're going to start with the elevator in the public parking garage, and simultaneously they're going to repair one of the elevators in the county courthouse. And we have a total of 8 elevators that they will be modernizing. It's going to take about a 2-year process for that. Those are just some of the upgrades that we are looking for during 2019. As far as the jails, the jail annex, we're looking at replacing the skylights. The downtown jail, we're looking to do the upgrade on the fire panels. Also, we're looking for the downtown jail, the electrical system, which is about $21,000. These are just some of the upgrades that we have planned for our jails. Our garage,
Just get back to the jail. We have a study pending, right? And so, how do you coordinate? You don't want to start fixing and then realize that you're going to do something different, more major kind of either remodeling or make other decisions. How do you sort of mitigate what you need to do and not have to wait for the study to see what is the master plan for the jail?
Judge, even though I'm not too familiar with the study itself as far as the detail of what they're going to be studying, but we still have occupants in that building, and we still have to make sure that building is operating proficiently, making sure that it is operating in accordance to compliances. We still have to provide safety for the people in that building. So
I guess that was my question. If it has to do with safety, obviously, but if it has to do with something that can wait, then you sort of look at the master plan so that you're not investing and then making changes of things you've already spent money on.
Yes, sir.
And if I might add, some of these, if we don't address them, they can shut us down because we wouldn't meet the standards. And so we would only address the ones that we have to address. We are working on this jail study, but there's some that need to be addressed in order for them not to shut us down.
Yeah, that's the correct answer.
And so I have Eric here to talk about some of the inspections.
And good afternoon, Eric, and of City Maintenance. Most of the stuff we do fall under TCJs, which is the Texas Commission of Jail Standards, that we gotta comply. That's what the reason. And some of the stuff it's already past due on a lifetime. So even though when the inspection comes in or the study comes in, it will be brought up because it's already, we cannot find parts, or we're having a hard time resetting and getting parts to replace them. So we know this is coming up on the report. So we kind of getting ahead of the game. We're not replacing something that's mid-level. It's already past maintenance.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Last, sir, I want to talk about the garage, the county garage upgrades. We recently completed the software down in the garage by new computers. We also installed gates to more or less come up to upgrade with new technology. Another thing we're going to do in the garage is somewhere in the future of 2019, we're looking at installing 2 electrical car chargers in the parking lot. We're also looking to purchase 2 new cashier booths, bring up the appearance and the performance in the garage. We have a big pigeon problem down in the garage, so we're also looking at getting a netting installed down there to minimize the population of pigeons in the garage, which is a big eyesore. Subject to your questions.
Questions?
I'll just be really brief on the graphic that you have showing that 75-year life cycle. Some of that just kind of stand out. For example, JP6 Place 2. I think it's a mobile home, and I don't think mobile homes have the 75-year life cycle, but it says there it started in 2005, and I guess 75 years would be 2080. And then also our Fabens Road and Bridge warehouse, I think, is one of the worst buildings that we have in our inventory. And the wood paneling on that is falling off. It's from the 1970s. So I don't know what this is intended to. This is intended to tell us that this is when replacement would be necessary. But I definitely think that there's some buildings on here that are already.
Visually, without the
yes. But
Fabens warehouse, we just completed that with a brand new roof.
I know they got a new roof, but the interior is extremely outdated, and then there's no structure. There's no shade structures to protect all the road and bridge infrastructure. Which I'm sure also adds to the cost and the deterioration of our assets.
And so we're planning on bringing forward an item to the court on making improvements to the facility itself, the inside of the facility itself. And we already have that documentation ready to present to the court. And you're absolutely right, Commissioner. we've been looking at possibly using funds from the road and bridge to build shelters to protect the equipment that we have. Yes, those are two items that we're considering.
You know, and something that we may consider is that, you know, this is a very important time for the court in terms of, you know, with the census, we're going to be evaluating a lot of things. We're going to be not only the lines for the commissioners, the lines for the JPs and constables. It's maybe an opportunity to evaluate, because I mean, I know that JP6 place 2 is probably something that we're going to evaluate to see if that, you know, even still makes sense.
Yes.
You know, after the 2020 census, and that might be something to take into consideration, is looking at, you know, now with the changing demographics of our community, if certain facilities are you know, would still be necessary. I don't think JP6 place 2 is something that will keep beyond 2020. You know, is the Fabens warehouse, you know, something still, is that still a good location? I mean, there's still a lot of spaces. Maybe just something to give consideration to, because you know, we're going to have to make a lot of big decisions, you know, regarding a lot of these facilities.
Definitely, and we've talked, Betsy and I have had discussions on maybe we need another annex on the east side to house some of these mobile homes. What we use as our offices, but basically are more mobile homes. I mean, yeah, and so that's something we plan on evaluating and bringing back to the court and, you know, making some changes depending on demographics.
Thank you. Good point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Judge, would you like to go into executive?
Yes.
Would you like to take a health break while the attorneys come down for the item?
Well, if they're going to take some time, more or less.
Yeah, I'm texting them right now.
Okay.
We can go ahead, Registrar can go ahead and do that.
5 minutes. Okay, Commissioners, court will recess into executive session to discuss item 9A pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.072. Commissioners, court will reconvene.
those are some of the
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http:// www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into open session. And Judge, there are no more items on the agenda, so let's not call something else.
No.
Okay, great. This concludes today's special session at 4:32 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.